ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Coming to you live from the Slow Roller Room in Abbotsford, British Columbia. It's another TGIF Fridays from the Slow Roller Room and the Garage. Complimentary efforts of Brad Haydu and Rob Hoiberg. We got 8 players today, which of course I don't have the capture of the challenge bracket yet, but I'll do that in a minute. For those of you who have not joined us on a TGIF Friday, it is a collaborative tournament series alternating every Friday night as much as possible, prior commitments of course taking precedent, and as well, like any pool player in the Pacific Northwest, anytime you have a large tournament coming up, that might throw a wrench into the works as well. But for the most part, every other Friday night you'll find it from the Slow Roller Room, and on opposite Fridays you'll find it from the Garage on Fraser Valley Pool. I just need to change the browser URL. And it should pop up. There you go. Today we have Brad Haydu, 545. Clark Smith, the 513. Scott Davis at a 621 versus Grant Golay at 624. And then Rob Hoiberg will take on Kerry Miller, 548 and 507 respectively, along with Amy Wilson taking on Angel Silvera, 462 versus 524. We do have a possible substitution depending on when she arrives, but we have somebody coming from quite far away who might be able to make it in time, and I just overheard them discussing whether somebody would be okay dropping out, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, Moscone Cup, 4 weeks away. 5th player for the USA team is going to be revealed tomorrow. I think most of the money would be on Earl Strickland being picked, but I don't think you would find too many people that find that Shane Wolford isn't in the discussion as well. I think Greg Hogue has kind of been left off the discussion at this point.
What do you need? Oh, nothing?
I'm all good to go. Where was I? Yeah, so I think Greg Hogue's out of the discussion. I haven't heard too many people clamoring for Billy Thorpe these days, so we'll see. We'll know tomorrow. Emily came on and teased us with a possible announcement and then said it was going to be revealed tomorrow. There we go. That's what I should have had up there. Had it on the wrong screen. And we'll hit that with the full screen. Put that over top of it. And there you go. Now you can see who I was talking about with Brad and Clark, Scott and Grant, Rob and Kerry, Amy and Angel. I was hoping to start a new... start the day with a new camera, but I left some of the important parts of that camera at home and could not connect to it here without them. So, whoops. And for those of you that haven't heard, I don't believe I actually have that image here. So let me find it and I'll post it in the stream here. Got a project coming up next, well, week after next. It's the Vancouver Island Pool Championships. These ones Coming to you from the Vancouver Island Conference Center in beautiful Nanaimo, BC. I believe the tables are going to be Predator tables. Yep, that's what it says on the poster. We'll be doing the streaming for the CCS tournament, along with Elo Stream. We'll be setting up the tablet scoring and the streaming directly into our feed, and we'll be off and running from there. I think table 2 may be frozen. Let's see if we can reset that one. Oh, no, he's just very still. There we go. So up on the left, you got Brad and Clark. Bottom right, Scott and Grant. Scott and Grant both in the 600s. Looks like, well, gosh, not sure. Looks like Grant got that one, but it must have been pretty close. Brad with a nice little combination on the 1-5. He's got a pretty wide open table here. Really just needs to get through the 1, 2, and 4. If he gets on that 4 nicely, this rack will be over. Barring any crazy misadventures. Food. And my food just arrived, so excuse me for a moment. Grant with a nice break there. He's got the 3. Not sure if he can see that 1 ball, but it looks like there might be a window through there. He doesn't need to see a lot of the left-hand side of it. And you should be able to make that in that top left corner pocket. See if we can't at least have some tunes in here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Clark tried the little bump safety on the 4. Might have got him, but actually it looks like Grant might be able to cut that in. Yeah, he's left it open. Meanwhile, in the bottom table, Grant. He's got a little bit of a tricky transition from the 5 to the 6 because that cue ball is going to the left of the 5. So he's got to come to the end rail and take a little bit of angle on the 6. Maybe easier to pot that 6 in the side than I think just by looking at it. Yeah, he's taking it in the side. Nope, took it down to the corner. That's going to hit early, but it still goes in. Oh, and Brad getting the little fortunate roll there on the 8. Grant just needs to bring that cue ball back out to the center of the table, maybe just past the center line. Overhit that a bit, but should still be able to make it. Grant leaving a tricky little shot on the, or sorry, Brad leaving a tricky little shot on the 9 here for Clark. old headset fell off. I was trying to listen for somebody coming in the door, so I had one ear off, and of course it doesn't sit quite properly then. But we're all good now. Scott able to get one off the break there. He's got a shot at the 2. Well, actually, I don't think that goes by the 6 into the bottom left corner. May elect to play a safety here. Oh, looks like he's going for it, and it does go past. He's actually going to hit the rail. I was surprised there. It didn't look like there was room. Right. Forgot to bring up the social media comments. So that's going to take me a minute. Gonna log into Facebook. Give me a minute, folks. We'll get this up and running. Okay. That should work. Stream seems like it's up and running on Facebook. We'll just double check YouTube. And we're live there as well. Up and running. All right. Thanks very much, folks. Scott with a nice pot in the 6. Just needs to miss that 10 ball and end up on that 8. Nicely done. Got a little bit of angle so we can use that end rail to come back off of it, out towards the center of the table and shoot the 9. If you get the weight remotely correct here, you should be good. Brad coming 2 rails. Looks like he's going to be going 3 rails, and now he's going to shoot the 6 in the side. This is going to be a little tricky. And, well, oh, and Brad undercuts it, drives it into that horn, but he hasn't sold it out. Even the safety bill tough here. You'd have to hit it with just the perfect weight to get it come 3 rails on the other side of the 10. Your angle's such that it naturally wants to bank close to the corner, actually. But if you leave the cue ball there, you don't have the 10, so...
Colin, are you in on the break pot?
Sorry, I'm just signing up for the break pot there. Yeah, we got this. Got to get your name drawn, though, right? Brad and Clark struggling a little bit with that layout. Meanwhile, Scott and Grant tied at 1 in a race to 3. This is a handicap tournament, but Brad and Clark's handicaps are fairly close, 540 something to 513, I think it is. Oh, nice hit from Clark, but a little unlucky to not, or a little unlucky to scratch there. Now, as long as Brad doesn't miss ball in hand, this is a fairly simple out. You do have to pay attention, though. How many times have we missed ball in hand because we're thinking about the next ball? Oh, that got a kick. Wow. I did not mean to curse you there, Brad. Clark shaving the 8 ball in and holding the cue ball fairly well to keep it there for the 9. Little bottom left to run around the table. Make sure you don't go 3 rails and scratching the side. That'll work. And Clark draws even, 1-1. Grant kicking 3 rails at this 1 ball. Would love to hit that 4th rail inside the 1 and avoid the scratch. Well, he still avoided the scratch hitting the 3 rails. Did well there. Nice hit. Nice hit, sir. Scott elected to play safe there when he did have a long pot on the 1, but it didn't lead to holding the cue ball there for the 2. Like, it would have been a heck of a shot to stiff that 1 ball in the corner and just starch the cue ball right on the spot, so he had the 2. As it is, he got a little unlucky there and didn't get that 1 ball in behind the 5. So he's opened up a little bit of a lane. I don't believe Grant has a lot to go for here, but he could roll this one in and then shoot the 2 up in that top right corner pocket, because he's going to hit the 5 and go right. Now, if he hits the 5 solid, he's not going to go right very far. But if he glances off it, you know, he could scratch in that corner. But I think he's okay to just roll it in, try and get that cue ball to that first diamond on that left rail. Brad with a nice cut on the 1. Is he going to bounce out far enough for the 2 in the side? He is. Nice positional play there. That's a couple of side pockets he's missed tonight. Maybe tonight the side pocket is not his friend. That happens. It does. Well, we're watching it, right? Congratulations to Feder Gorst, taking down the Bigfoot 10 ball and walking through Team Europe as he did it. Just a really entertaining series of events, really. I mean, I respect all the players on Team Europe, think they're fantastic players, and from what I've heard, great people too. So it's just still kind of amusing. More amusing were some of the memes, like the one with Feder Gorst dressed as the Reaper, knocking on basically like dressing room doors for each of the 4 Team Europe players that he played. And as he knocks on Filler's door, you can see blood trails coming out of the other 3 doors. Kind of dark, but funny. Well, I think Clark might he might be hooked when he comes back to this table. You can see Brad just playing a little bit of a stop and roll. Shoot the 4, roll into the 5. Oh, that went farther than I thought. See if now if Brad could have held that cue ball on the 5 or really tight to the 5, then Clark has to get creative in how he kicks at the 4. But because it's rolled forward a little bit here, he can just go 1 rail on that right-hand rail, kick the 4 ball down table, and possibly get fortunate and leave the cue ball kind of in the same area he's in now, but put the 4 ball down by that first diamond on the left rail. And if he doesn't, he's still in behind the 8. There's one problem here. Brad can jump very well. So don't be too surprised if this goes in. He might even have enough angle to come off that side rail and back out for the 5. Well, he didn't miss it by much, did he? Good try, sir. Good effort. See if we can do a little bit of sharing. Just a little bit of posting. There you go. All right. So for those of you who just joined, you know what, I'll say that in a few minutes, maybe after some people have joined us, right? That makes more sense, right? Yeah. Jumping the gun here. Brad pretty tight to his hit work there on the 8-ball. That 9-ball is no peach either. The problem here is the cue ball's so close to the 8, you're likely to double hit it if you put any power into this. That looked like a good hit. That looked like a decent hit. Still left a thin cut for Clark. Cue ball's going to go back and forth. He's going to have to put some pace on this to get it to go all the way back again. Hit it too thick and leaves him on the 50-yard line. Well, Brad will cut this to that top left corner pocket, bring the cue ball out 2, maybe 3 rails if he puts a little bit of pepper on it. I think 2 rails is a better option because if you do hit it, oh, he's just getting that cue ball in behind the 10, but it's not going to work. He was trying to bank the 8-ball and play a 2-way. Grant with a tricky positional shot here. Gives that ball in hand to Scott. Clark looking to get on the hill. He's a little straight. He's going to have to hit this with a good little bit of pace there to pop back out for the 10. Oh, he's just going to roll it in, but it's going to hit the rail too early at that slow speed. It really comes off the rail fast when you roll them in slowly. Got to be careful. Two rails out. That's going to work out just about perfect for Brad. And he'll be on the hill. As long as I don't get a crazy kick. He's had one of those already. So Brad leading 2-1. Scott a little stuck on the 6. He's got to kick 2 rails. Try and get that thing to head up table. Oh, he didn't miss that by much. Just slid by the 6. We'll see what Grant can do. Oh, wow. A little bit of a server blip. Again, even though I'm here at the slow roller room this week, we're not doing it remotely. We're still peeling the stream off of the server simply because that's how we get the scoreboards as well. And trust me, as a streamer, having the players do the scoreboard, feels so much better. Grant up 2-1. Clark on the other table. Not going to get a rail. There's a ball in hand. And Brad was not going to miss that one. See if I can touch up that feed from the camera number 2. We'll just give it a little bit bigger buffer there. Okay, we'll see if that does anything. Oh, Grant needed that to bump a little bit more. He doesn't have a lot of angle on the 2. He may have to power draw this back in behind the 8 with a lot of bottom left and come in behind the 4 over to the 3. But he's really straight. And he jammed it. Got the 2 to fall. Super slow motion. Doesn't have a lot of room here. Needs to clip the 4, bumps the 5, and it drops. So he stays at the table. Brad with 2 rails and out. You probably close to the middle diamonds here. No, he's gone long on that second one. This could pose a problem. He's jacked up over the 9. Can only go forward, and I'm pretty sure that 7 ball doesn't go by the 8. It might, but ooh, if it does, it's tight. Is Grant trying to squeeze the 5 between the rail and the 6? That won't go. Oh, he's trying to play the 5 off the rail into the 6. Sets the 6 up. Scott will come in and take care of that combination. Wow. That was pretty close to a hanger. But not getting that to drop, that's unfortunate. And Grant going for the masse. Looked pretty routine for him. Again, just a little bit of bottom left. You want to go into that top right-hand rail and just spin right out towards the 7. He's just going to play it with left. Oh, he's come across it to the other side, but he's come across the pocket line again, so he's still got the cue ball facing the wrong way. Long pot on the 8. Make it you win. It's down. He's on the 9. Clark, on the other hand, kicking at the 7. He's long banking the 7, I guess. Watch the double kiss. Yep. It was one of those things. That's the distance, right? And there's Grant. He'll take that one 3-1. So while they set up the next game, or the next match, we'll focus in on Brad and Clark here. Brad with a cut on the 7. Got a little fortunate there. Left him really long and almost behind the 10. I think it actually did come out, so Clark can bank the 7. 100% shot here. Need to just let that one fly. Seven's down. Cue ball's going to slide right past that 10 and leave Brad nice shape into that pocket. He's going to take this one 3-1. Right after this, we'll go to the challenge bracket and show you who's up next. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Haydu defeats Clark Smith. Scott Davis has lost to Grant Goulet. So up next will be Rob Hoiberg and Carrie Miller, and then Amy Wilson and Angel Silvera. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Actually, I was working on a new project last night. And it's not done by any stretch of the imagination. But I did get something started. I'm just wondering if maybe I can make it work on here. Yeah, I won't let the whole thing play for you, but oop, we'll just restart that and let it go. So a little opening shot to the new project I'm working on. Had a lot of fun doing that, actually. A little bit of industry leaders and top professionals.
Everything's still good, right?
Up next, Rob and Carrie, Amy and Angel. And now I'll be right back. Okay, they're going to do the break pot right now. They're going to have a small delay while they set up for the break pot. We'll get the break pot done, and then we'll play the next round. They're doing it this way because Stephanie Drakulich is coming from the border, and they're trying to get that through, get her here so that we can not disrupt the tournament. One of the other ladies will drop out. Very nice of her. You know, it's a pretty good community here, right? And they recognize that if somebody's coming from far away, they're not going to be here very often. We can always play next week. So, fairly polite. I wonder which table they're going to use. I better find that out. In the meantime, I'm going to take a guess and say it's that one. Okay.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Okay, I wanted to pop out there and see how they did the draw. They got a cool little app called Wheel of Names. You enter them in, prep it. You can set it for the spin time, and off it goes. And our first contestant in the break pot tonight is Scott. No ball down. One ball's headed towards the pocket. Is that six ball going to get out of the way of the two? He's got a shot. He's got two balls down. And it's $440. So $44 a ball. He's made 88 bucks so far. That's a nice break. Going from the 2 to the 3 might be a little tough. You've got the angle the other way. Maybe you can work it in there. Play that 2 in the corner. Yeah, see, but the problem here is The general rule is when you're drawing, it comes out double what it goes in. So whatever this angle is, it would be double that coming out. If you're going forward, it's pretty close to the same. So he's headed over here. But with the pace he needs to hit it to get back to the 3, he's going to go long. See, he would have been on the 3, but it made that 2 ball so much more challenging. So we're going to draw another name. Pick me, pick me. So, yeah, like I'd do any better than that. Trying to get a ball off the break in 10 ball's tough enough. Two contestants each night. Second contestant will be revealed in just one moment. Angel. I think I heard them say it was Angel. Or me? Oh, hold on. I think they called me. I'll be back.
Wookie.
Well, I got to sit in here while the Wookiee's name got drawn in the break pot. He tries to put his name in as often as possible. Just, you never know. Right now we're sitting at $440. That is $44 a ball. Scott had a chance to take 88 and go home. Didn't quite work. But right now we're just trying to be a little patient because Colin's got to put his cue together. That's how prepared he is. We're doing things a little bit on the different side tonight. We're trying to delay as much as possible. Stephanie's trying to make it here. She's stuck at the border right now, lineups and everything, so hopefully this is what's going to happen. So here goes Colin, and I see 3, 6, 1 ball down and a shot at the 1, but is it going to a forward shape to the 2? So right now he's got $44 in his pocket. The most he's ever made being a commentator on Kickin' Billiards. 44 bucks right there. So he's got a slight bit of angle, it looks like. He's going to try and draw back and split. He does have a shot. He's sitting at $88 right now. Is he going to take... you know what? That 2 to the 4 is tough. He's looking at it. I don't know what's happening. Nobody... Oh, he's shooting. 88 bucks. He's got to put a little bit of draw on it. Oh. No winner of the break pot this week. So there you go. Next week, starting at $440 is the break pot right now. Okay, I'll turn it over to Colin and let him just take care of it. Thank you.
Oh, darn. Oh, well. I wasn't going to stop with just a ball down and then the 1 ball. Missed that shape getting past the 6. But that's what you get coming in cold, right? Still fun. You got Amy and Angel up next.
Isolate on.
All right, so we're going to continue. Amy and Angel stepping up to lag. I think Rob and Carrie are going to play on the other table. Still waiting for Stephanie to arrive. And they've worked it out. Like I said, it's a pretty good group of folks. We're going to keep the tournament moving along. But Stephanie will be able to play when she gets here. It's just going to take her another 15, 20 minutes to get here. So we'll switch to both tables here. Table 1, Rob and Carrie. Table 2, Amy and Angel. Wasn't really ready for that break pot, but still kind of fun. Man, I got to get out and play more. Too much stuff on the go, but too many fun things to do too. Not that playing pool isn't fun. Playing pool is fun. Drills, maybe not so much fun, but that's what we need to do to improve. If you just go and bang balls all day, you're going to improve mighty slow. If you continue to improve. Go out there and do 2 to 4 hours of drills every week. You'll improve pretty darn fast. Probably surpass most of the pool players in your area if you start doing drills like that for 2 hours or 4 hours every week. Half hour a day sort of thing. Half hour every other day, something like that. But it's got to be hard work, right? You can't just go up and sloppily practice shooting a ball in one spot, right? You've got to get up there, step up, and create a drill and a practice regime and really put the effort through. Anybody who's actually practiced hard, it's hard work. You wouldn't think that it is, but you know, definitely lower the temperature in the room by a few degrees because you're going to get warmed up. Don't get me wrong, you're not running a marathon. Amy at the table. A little bit of a tricky one on the 1 here. I mean, the hit isn't the problem. You know she's going to hit it if she just goes for the hit. The problem is making it. Not sure there's enough room past the 8 to go 1 rail at the 1. Yeah, that's a tricky one. So she's just going to take the for sure hit, try and knock it to the other side of the 7. Oh, she thinned it. Oh, that's going to come out, though. Not far enough. Well, maybe not far enough. So hard to tell with these angles. Like I did bring another camera, but unfortunately I didn't bring all the parts and pieces with it in my scattered brain after work, rushing from home condition. And so it's not up and running today. It will be up and running. Oh, wow. That was so close to the 7, but nice kick, Angel. She's got the 2 in the top right corner. Meanwhile, her other half has ball in hand on the 1. No, wait a minute. That's not Brad, that's Carrie. Never mind. That's Carrie up there. Sorry, I just saw the dart close. Call me silly. Angel runs the 2 down the rail. Not sure what she can do with the 3 here. Might have to bank it. Not sure if it goes by that 4. If she banks it, it's just rolling the cue ball forward into the 9 for shape on the 4. And it works as a 2-way shot too. If that somehow goes in, she's got that 4 dialed into the corner. Carry with the 4 into the bottom right corner. Probably going 2 rails to get down for the 5. No, she's just going to roll it in and take the long shot. Got to be careful the cue ball doesn't get away on her here. Just wants to cut that 5 in, let the cue ball roll up towards the 6. Maybe just a touch of right-hand side on it. She's got a little bit more angle than she wanted, but just a hair. It's still fine. Carry on the rail, shooting the 8. Not sure exactly what she was trying to do there. May have miscued a little bit. Rob sliced that 8 ball in that top side pocket. Just wants the cue ball to roll down, maybe hit the end rail and pop out a little bit for the 9. Nope, he took it to the other corner. Doesn't get it done, but he's left Carey on the 50-yard line. Meanwhile, Amy with a cut on the 5 to come 2 rails out for the 7. He's got to watch she doesn't get behind the 8. She's clear the 8. With good position to go from the 7, 8, 9. That's great position to either just draw into shape for the 8 over here. Hold on, let me get my mouse where I need to use it. Either drawing into here, or you can go into the rail like she's done. Maybe came a little bit too far off the rail, because there's your pocket line here. And with her being on the left side of that, her cue ball's headed this way. No, it was a little straighter than I thought. She cheated the pocket well, straightened that cue ball out, lands on the 9 ball nicely. Rob cutting the 8 ball in the side. Overdoes it, pushes it off the horn. Meanwhile, Amy on the 10 ball to notch the first game in a race to 3. That'll do it. Carey. Her crack at the 8. That's in. Cue ball's coming back down. It's got a little bit of speed on it. Might be a little long. That's going to make that a little tough. You'd rather shoot it in the corner, but the side pocket is there. That means your cue ball going into the 9 is going to hit about here. So maybe a little bit of top left, try and lengthen that cue ball out into this area. We'll see. Angel breaking on the bottom table. Watch the 4 and the 8. Those two should go towards the side pocket. 8 ball got kicked. 4 ball just a little long and maybe a hair slow, but very close to dropping. Amy will take that template rack out of the way. While Rob tries to figure out what he's going to do with the 9 ball. That 9 ball, where it sits right now, is probably one of the hardest places to make a ball on the table. It just poses so many problems with your cue ball having to be in such a narrow area to avoid the scratch. I think that 9 ball is a little bit forward of the horn, so maybe Rob can cut it in and double horn the cue ball out of that pocket. But I don't think anybody likes to shoot that shot. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you worry about it. I, for one, worry about it. Oh, didn't even need to double horn it. Well, he cut it. He overcut it a little bit. He drove it into the side rail or the end rail horn. So he overcut the 9, trying to make sure he kept that cue ball out of the drink. Carry with just a little bit of top. Comes 1 rail, maybe 2 if she elects to put a little bit of spin on it to go to that side rail. Oh, that's under hit a little bit. Not too bad. That'll still work. Angel looks like she's playing safe on the 2, trying to get the cue ball in behind the 3-5. Didn't want to hit it on the way there. She wanted to get to that side rail and then tuck in behind it. I think she's left an open 2 ball though. Although it's corner to corner with the 2 ball out in the middle of the table. These are not easy, even if it is only on a 7-foot table. Eight ball might have blocked her. See, this is one of the things that you can't tell when you're sitting here looking at it on the cameras. You can't tell if there's enough room to go by that 8 and clip that 3 into the top left corner. So Amy's going to twist it a little bit. Got a good hit. Wants the cue ball to stay out of the pocket. It's actually going to go right up on the horn. 3 ball on the rail beside the 4. Cue ball tucked into the jaw of the pocket. A lot of balls obstructing that first rail she'd like to take. This could be tricky with the 5 ball there as well. No natural 2-rail angle at it. This could be a very, very tricky hit. I think your easiest hit here is coming, depending on what your angle is out here. If you can get out there, then you can just play it with a lot of left-hand side and come back, call the 4 in the side, and maybe you keep going. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. Amy with ball in hand is going to play that 3-4 combination. As long as you cut that 4 ball just a little bit, you may actually not be able to miss this one if you play it that particular way. She's going to play the carom. You could come off the 3 too shallow and just bump the 4 and have it hit the horn, but she didn't. She played that well, kept control of the 3 ball. She's pointed the right way, so just rolling forward off this 3 is going to get her on the 5. Needs a little bit of angle to work back down towards the 6. These can always be tough to get a little bit of angle on. That should do well. Now the options she has here is to come one rail down or draw back and come two. She likes to play two rails. She played the two rails because coming into the 6 gives her this huge target zone. Whereas if she comes across it, it's much narrower. Good effort. Rattled the 6 ball, didn't drop it, but got around and out for the 7 in that bottom corner. Meanwhile, on the other table, Rob works the 7 to the side. He's got the 8 up the rail. He's got to be careful here. If you're not paying attention, you could easily draw over here and get the weight wrong and you're hooked. So you've got to play the cue ball forward a little bit. Actually, looking at where he is, it looks a lot straighter than I initially judged. So he should be able to shoot this in the corner and just have the cue ball drift up into this area that he was looking at. Looks like he's putting draw on it. No, he stunned it over. All right, that's still going to work. Depending on your angle, it's one rail back out to the center of the table or two rails up just past the side or towards the side pocket. So two rails or one rail. Rob went one rail and he's on the 10 ball nicely. To even the set at 1. That 10 ball drops. And while they rack, we'll focus on Amy and Angel's match. Pretty straight in here. Gonna have to draw that cue ball back really well. Doesn't get it done, but doesn't sell it out either. She's got the... I can't tell if the bank is there or not. I don't think it is now that... Yeah, that's a little too tight to that 8 ball. May just be a little safety coming here. Try and make that work. Not sure if that's the correct angle. Looks like it might be too steep. You might have to play that this way. No, she was able to get it there. Didn't put the 6 ball on the end rail though. She left it over by the corner pocket, and that's going to give Amy an opportunity. Depends on how she likes this shot, whether she's going to play it with top right and run 1, 2, 3, 4 rails, maybe 5 rails to the 7, or whether she just tries to draw this all the way back up the rail. Sorry, not back up the rail, but like this. That's got to miss the side. It does, but it's not going to get past the 10. That was a great effort. Just need a little bit more right-hand spin on that, I guess. Come off that second rail a little steeper. Kicking at the 7. Now, if you're kicking at this 7, you don't want to kick one rail at it, right? Your one rail kick is pretty close to this. The 7 ball's a little wide. The cue ball's a little wide. So you can probably still take that same path, it'll work, but you want to play at 2 rails so that you're coming into the side rail, into the 7, and then out for the 8. Kicking one rail can leave your cue ball stuck kind of where it is at the end of the table, and you don't have any position on the 8, and you could possibly sell out the 7 if you miss it. Angel wants to stay away from that 10. I think she can cue past it fairly. Oh no, she's elevated a little bit, going over the edge of it. You'd really prefer not to have to jack the butt of the cue up on long shots, but if you have to, you have to. Again, do what you can to avoid that though. The higher the butt of the cue is, the less accuracy you have. Unless you're Feder Gorst, and then it doesn't matter. But there's only one Feder Gorst. And I don't think he's listening. Or if there's another Feder Gorst, I don't know him and he probably doesn't play pool. Amy with a nice bank. Oh, we can go back to the two-table view. I bet they've started again. Yes, they have. Amy does have room past that 10 to shoot the 9. Just get past that third diamond. Whenever you're playing off the rail, usually this line here, when you're playing to get your cue ball into that rail and back out, anywhere along this line is usually a pretty good target to go for. The halfway line usually leaves it too steep still. And most of the time you'd prefer the cue ball to be going to the end rail and away rather than the side rail. There's too many options to scratch playing it off that side rail. Like this angle here, you have to watch to make sure you don't go on the side. And Amy carefully held it short, but watch the other side. And it just holds up. Meanwhile, Rob and Carrie sitting at 1. Rob kicking at the 4. And that is the 4. It's not the 5, but the 5 isn't there, so it's still 4 purple ball, then green ball. Rob's probably cringing as I talk. Now, as good as Brad is with his jump shots, and he almost made that 2 ball earlier, here's a fella who's a little bit oddly accurate in making kick shots. I've seen him make enough kick shots to know that he's not just lucky. He's got to be fairly adept at figuring them out. Back to the two-table view, because we just heard Amy break out in the room. Good break. Great separation. Made a couple. And she's got to look at the 1. The 1 to the 2 isn't so hard. The transition on this table is the 2 to the 4, and then back to the 5, and then back to the 6. You're basically going from end to end to end to end. And so with that much movement of the cue ball, that brings in a lot of opportunity for inaccuracy. And if that 5 ball goes to the side, that was a brilliant little piece of work from Amy. If it doesn't go to the side, that's going to make this a little tougher. Oh, and she hangs the 2. Meanwhile, Carrie with the 4 on the top table. Angel coming to her. She's got to watch that 8 and the 10 and the 7. Is she going to get clear? I don't believe she did. I think she's tucked in behind the 7 there. That's going to be a tricky one. If she can't hit that right-hand rail, then she's going to have to hit that top right-hand section of rail. And when you're that close, jacked up, using the bridge, you're going to put unintended topspin on it. And that can do funky things with the cue ball's line. Hitting this 4 ball is not guaranteed. I hope she can see that right-hand side rail, because otherwise this is tough. She's going to masse it a little bit. Amy up 2-0. Ball in hand. Got to get in there on the 5s. This is going to have a little left-hand siding in it. Try and come inside the 7. She's come inside the 7, but she's come all the way inside the 7. And now, unless that 5 has a little bit more room off that side cushion than I'd like, this could be tricky. Jacked up over the 7. It looks like she's called the corner. So again, position to the 6 is going to be a little funny with that 7 there. Just basically bringing the cue ball across table into that area will work. And that was her goal. She did great with the cue ball. Just a little tough on the 5. Rob kicking at the 6. That one goes right to the pocket. I guess I shouldn't have said anything about how well he was kicking. He is clearly not hitting the same speed today. That's going to come out far enough for Angel to take the 6. She's still in that same pocket. Need to be right in there. So anywhere along this line would have worked. Needs to get past the 8. Just running into that odd ball here. Oh, and Carrie would have been happy if she had moved that template before she shot. She bumped the 10 ball, but the cue ball didn't have enough steam to get over the template, so it rolled back another 1/4 inch. That 1/4 inch can be key. I don't know if Carrie's going to try and hold it or she's going to power it up and down table. She's going to try and hold it. Nope, she drove it into the 9, hoping to control the 9 and play a shot to that top right corner. She's going to get that shot, but it might not be exactly what she was hoping for. Angel, meanwhile, on the bottom table, kicking 2 rails at the 7 ball. 2 rails or 1 rail? 1 rail at the 7 ball. Just realized at the last second there that angle didn't look like a 2 rail angle. She's left distance. You know, if you don't get the hook, distance is definitely your friend. And Carrie to go up 2-1. That'll do it. Not sure if Amy can see that 8 or not. I think she just went to go get her jump cue. She's called it in the side. Oh, well, she made it, but not where she intended. So that's going to bring Angel up to the table. And she may give this back. I don't know. I think I'd go for the kick at it, but at the same time, it's such a low percentage shot. You're not cutting that into the bottom right corner. Maybe play it safe is probably your best bet. Just knock the 9 ball down table. Even then. Yeah, I don't like your ability to control the cue ball. She's giving it back to Amy. Nice kick, just off the horn. That was going to be a tough finish. No matter what you did there, the incoming player to that position was going to be the underdog. I can't tell. Looks like Angel's going forward on this one. Oh, that's got some speed to it. It's got to slow down. Should be okay there. Should be able to pot this 10 ball in the top right corner pocket and avoid the scratch into the top center pocket. She's overcut it. That's going to give Amy a chance to finish the set and advance with a score of 3-0. Sometimes that happens. And that'll do it. Meanwhile, back to Rob and Carrie. Congrats to Amy on the win. Angel will move to the B side. We'll pop that challenge bracket up right after this rack. Kicking 2 rails at the 1. I like the line. Looks good from here. It's going to be close. Oh, that must have had some siding on it, I think. Could be me. Could be my eye. Who knows? I'm sitting in a chair or looking through a camera with some fish eyes, so what do you do? Mr. Hoiberg. With the 1 into the bottom side pocket and a little bit of a funny angle to get on the 2. Oh, ball in hand. Sorry. What the heck was I watching earlier? I don't know. Roll this cue ball through, play for position on the 2 to the top right. That will also work. Just straight top again. It's not very often, but every once in a while you can play a table just by going straight. Table 3, sorry, table 2, down in the bottom right, we got Brad and Grant race to 3. Brad's getting a game in hand. This is a handicap tournament, folks. Oh, and Rob has unleashed his evil nature, playing a beautiful safety on the 3. I think he's taken this bottom right rail away because of position to the 9. I think he's frozen to the 9. Carey's taking a long look at kicking at this 3. That's a tough one. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, Brad ready to break. He's made 1. Made 1 and got to look at the 1. I want to see this kick from Carey. Oh, she's got the hit, but no rail. Oh, man. 4 rails for the hit, but didn't get a rail after contact. That was very well done. That displays some pretty decent table knowledge there, getting around the racks like that. I think she got a little bit of a funny bounce on this bottom horn, but still worked out. Unfortunate to not get the rail after contact and still give up the foul, but nonetheless, great hit. I'll be right back, folks. Back again. Carey looking to kick at this 3-ball once more. Pretty similar kick to last time, but this time that left side of the cue ball is covered up. So she's only going to be able to do this at topspin and hope she picks up enough spin off this second rail to spin into the 3. It's got to miss the 10. Yeah, good try, good try. That's going to be 2. And knowing Rob, he's going for that 3. Oh, no, that was 3. My bad. Good effort, Carey. Good effort. Good try. Got a little bit of a buffering problem with camera number 1 now. So we're going to go in. We're going to change that. Add a little bit to the buffer. So this might take a second to correct. And there we go. That should make it a little smoother. Rob and Carey all tied up at 2. Carey playing a push. She's left the 1 though. It's a dangerous push at higher levels, but kicking at the 5, and he's made it. Grant with the double kiss. 5-ball in the corner pocket. Of course, it's 10-ball, so it doesn't count. I mean, no way it would unless you counted it. And then, wow, how would you do that? Rob trying to cut the 2-ball, use the 4-ball as a stopper. He's going to make the 2. No, it's still not going to drop. That'll give Carey an opportunity to finish this off and take the set. Meanwhile, Brad and Grant. Brad taking the 7-ball on the side. I'm not sure why he played that with siding. I thought he would have played that with straight top, come into the rail, come straight back out. more and more posts I'm seeing on Facebook hinting, outright saying it, but not from anybody with the actual position of authority, claiming Earl Strickland is going to be USA's 5th player. Brad with a 10 ball to take a 2-0 lead. He's getting 1 game in a race to 3. Rob and Carey still working through that last rack. Hill, nobody with a great opportunity to really put a set of balls together. Grant with the break down in the bottom table. Watch the 7 and the 9. Those are the balls you're trying to make. Unless you're going for the cut break and you're trying to make that 1 ball on the side. Tougher to control the cue ball that way. Oh, the 9 ball was rocketing towards that side, but it got kicked out of the way. He still made the 3 in the top right corner pocket, but that's going to leave a long, skinny shot at the 1. Should be able to cue it past the 8, though. So it's just a matter of potting the 1, and you should be on the 2. I mean, it could go... There's a lot of things that can go wrong there, but there's still a few things that can go right. Rob's made the 4 ball. Spins up table for the 5. He's going to get 2 straight on the 5. So he's not going to be able to do too much to get on the 6 here. Fortunately, it's close to the corner pocket. So all he has to do is not too much. Rob with a 5. Doesn't need to do much here. Just has to basically get off the rail if he can. And he tried to cheat it and pull the cue ball off the rail. Cheated it too much. The 5 ball rejects the pocket. Says nay, nay. It's a little John Panette reference for those of you that don't know. Quite a funny comedian years ago. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, has passed. Quite a few years ago, actually. Grant playing shape for the 2 off the horn. He's going to be up over top the 5. But he could be all right here. Might just have to roll past the 7, play that 4 ball in the top left corner pocket. Hey, he's looking at it now. Carey with the 6, going to power through this with top left. Come right past the 10 again. Oh. Not sure what happened there. Decided to try and just move the cue ball around with angle, but didn't have enough possible angle on the 6 to get that cue ball around. Well, Grant's got on the 4, but I think he went a lot farther than he intended. He's in a little bit of a tricky situation here, trying to make that 4 and get over there for the 5. Try a long 4 to the top left. No, he's just playing safe. Well, you know, make your opponent make the mistake. There's nothing wrong with that. This will be a little tricky. Made the 7, but needed to make the 6. Hasn't left anything super nice there. Maybe the bank for carry. That might work. One rail kick, or is he kicking 2 rails? 1 rail from Grant. Wow. That's going to make it super tough for Brad to run this out. Yes, Grant's left a 4, but he's tied up the 8-10. Carrie looks like she's going to bank this 6. A little bit of draw to try and come over for the 8. Oh, just off the horn. Had great shape on the 8, though. Brad with the 6. Got a... Wow. Bringing the cue ball all the way back that far. Maybe he was trying to move the 8. Didn't like the 8 position. Maybe he can't squeeze it past the 9 and doesn't want to play the combination. He's going to walk around the table now. Reevaluate exactly what position he needs to be in to deal with it. He's got a shot to deal with his 8. Is he cutting it over or banking it? What's he doing here? I think he's banking it. Oh, played the combination and played it well. I think he's almost straight in the corner. Maybe just a little bit of angle. Enough that he can run the cue ball forward past the side pocket to play that 10 ball in the bottom right. Oh no, he hung up the 8. Meanwhile, Carrie and Rob still working on the case rack. Carrie in tough on the 8. Needs to try and switch positions here. Put the pressure on Rob. She's calling it bank side. As long as she can keep the cue ball out of the way, this could have a pocket. 10 ball's large as well. Could come short and go in. Oh! She double horns it right off the end rail. Went straight after it. Did not miss that by much. Wow. And she's left Rob nothing. Nothing at all. He's going to have to kick 2 rails at it, I think. Rob, still trying to figure out that angle to kick at that 8. It's a 2-rail kick. Little tough from there. A little easier from the center foot spot there. Brad on the hill. I think Rob's just playing a safety. Off the 9 and in the corner. Well, the good news is he's got a shot at the 9. The bad news is he might not get to shoot it because Carey might take it. I'll take it. Every day of the week. Every day of the week. Meanwhile, Brad on the bottom table has undercut the 1, left it near the corner pocket, and that'll give Grant something to work with to start this table. Grant doesn't have an issue until he gets to the... Well, he's got that 7 ball tied up on the 10. It'd be nice if he can get it sooner. But I don't believe there's really an opportunity there. Even here, you're going to have to play it perfect. And there it is. Nice hit by Grant. He's got a shot in the 5. He's got to bring the cue ball around a ways, but at least he's got a shot at the 5. Meanwhile, Rob in the top table looks like he's going to get the 3 in just a moment. Time's up. Rob defeats Carey. 3-2. Oop, wrong button. We'll press that button. There we go. Grant playing a little bit of hockey. Pretty soon he'll switch to pool soon. Brad should stun this out for the 9. Nope, he's going to roll forward and come out. Well, that'll work. A little trickier to get on the 10 from here, but it should be fine. Oh, just double horns the 9. Brad and side pockets have not gotten along well tonight. Should be the opening Grant needs to needed to get to 2. So we're going to have a 2-2 match here. Another hill match. So Grant takes that one. It's now all tied at 2. Not sure who's up next on the next table. It sounds like the in-transit Stephanie Drakulich has made it through the door. They'll make something work to accommodate her so that she can pick up one of the players that have lost once already will probably bow out. I think that's what I heard them discussing earlier. So. Grant breaking right down the center. Most people usually break off to the side a little bit, but the 8 and the 7 were headed towards the side pockets. The 8 made it, or sorry, the 7 made it. The 8 didn't. The 10 ball's sitting there, but that doesn't really do anything. Grant cutting the one in, coming across the table for the 2. Doesn't want to have too much speed on it. Overcooked it. He's on the other side of the table. Looks like Amy and Rob are playing a race. Amy's going to 2, Rob's going to 3. You know what? We'll pop up that challenge bracket again. Let me get up here into this here, and we'll go over to there, do that, and click there, and click that. So Rob and Amy playing. Up soon will be Clark. So Brad and Grant are playing. Rob and Amy are playing. We're going to start the B side after this with Clark Smith and Scott Davis. Brad and Grant at 2. They're just taking a quick player break. Oh, nope, there's Brad. And Rob racking in the first rack versus Amy. Amy only needs 2. Rob still needs 3. Grant's going to have a tough look at that 4. Meanwhile, watch Rob, the 8 and the 2. 2 drops, 8 was close. And he's got a great look at the 1. Rest of the table, he's open. Stand up for a bit here. Rob sporting his Predator Canada Jam Up jersey, the Canada Open. Great shirt company, Jam Up. They're making huge strides and sponsoring a lot of professional pool players, a lot of the juniors as well. So one way we can support them is by ordering their shirts for your team. They're expensive, but they're so comfy. I know Rob likes wearing his. He's got a few of them, actually, I think. Especially if you've got a team that's been together for a few years and it's not really getting broken up or disrupted every year. Pretty good investment to always have a good team shirt. Four on the side, running around the table for the 5. He's got to avoid that scratch. Yeah, he's ended up in perfect position, but that could have easily gone sideways. That was really close to the side pocket. Hey, I see what I did there. Five ball hanging in the corner pocket. Amy only needs 2. Should be able to get on the 6 from here. It's out in the center of the table. She's going to leave a long 4. Meanwhile, Clark and Scott going to lag here as Brad Haydu advances in that bottom match.
What a donkey I was.
Sir, just had a guest drop by the room there. Got a little booth here over at Rob's house. One of the den has been changed. worked in. Well, it's a studio now. I think Scott and Clark were just warming up. Always throws me a loop when somebody stops by and wants to chat, and then of course I can't pay attention to the games as much as I'd like, and then I get a little bit behind. But that's okay. All in good fun. So when Clark breaks, Clark's been struggling to make a ball off the break today, so you can watch the 9, watch the 5. If the 9 and 5 come short of the side pockets, he's not hitting it with enough oomph, not enough power. If it goes long, generally it's too much power. And that's the exact right amount of power. Not sure he's got to look at the 1 though. That could be tricky. This may be just one of those bump safeties. You just bump the 1 to the other side of the 6 and leave the cue ball behind it. There you go. Nicely done. It's a fairly simple safety, but it's pretty effective in giving your opponent very few options to wrest control of the table away from you. Here, Scott has to be careful he doesn't scratch. But not only does he not scratch, he hits the kick perfect to stick behind the 6 and send the 1 ball all the way down to the other end of the table. So great reversal by Scott. Clark with a great hit on the 1. The old Z2 railer doesn't make the 1. Didn't pull an Efron on us there, but still gave a nice kick, got the rail, and left the 1 stuck to the 10. So there's no easy out there for Scott. Oh, Scott tried to play the safety, but the cue ball's leaked out the other side. So Clark's going to have an opportunity to cut this 1 ball into the bottom right corner pocket. Clark retired a few months ago, but he's making cues. And if you've not seen any of his cues, you should really stop by his Facebook page, which I should probably get that information off him. He's doing some really nice work. I got him to redo the wrap on my cue, put a leather wrap on there after years of having the Irish linen, and it looks very, very nice. Love the feel of it. Oh, just hit the 2 a little too thick. Scott won't be disappointed. He's got to do something with the 4 though. Either play some really good position on it or make it move. He's jacked up over the 10, so there's not a whole heck of a lot he can do to get back onto the 3 here. Maybe play a rail first to make sure you don't scratch and just get a look at the 3. There's his look at the 3. He's got a bank opportunity here. I think the 3 ball is going to be going fast enough. You don't have to worry too much about the timing. Oh, and he plays the safety, but it's going to find the drink. And Clark will come to the table with ball in hand. With the way the 4 is situated and the 5-10 sitting right there, I wouldn't be too surprised if you see Clark try and send that 3 ball 2 rails up in behind the 4-8 and try and snuggle that cue ball into the back side of the 5 or the 10. If you can play a nice shot here, you can force Scott onto 2.
On?
Hello?
That's Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Pretty good setup.
Scott with the 5, rolling up on the 6. Amy probably going to reverse bank that 6 and try and slowly drift that cue ball up on the 7. If you miss this one, you want it to come a little bit long and go back onto the side rail. You don't want it to bounce 2 rails. Oh, and she hangs it in the corner pocket. And probably not upset that she did, considering exactly where the cue ball went. Rob may have to kick at the 6 as well. Looks like that 9 took the edge of the cue ball away. Scott with the 8. Just straight top, coming back. Oh, he put a little bit of right on it, but that's going to drive that 10 into the rail. So he's got a bank side here. I expect Scott to make this one. This one isn't too tough. A little bit of right-hand side. Get the cue ball out of the way. That's going to go off the horn, though. A little bit too much right-hand side, I guess. Or he could have got a kick. We've seen a couple of kicks here tonight. Skids, whatever you want to call them. You should call them a kick here, around these parts. Clark. To stay on the board. No, he hangs the 10. Scott will take that one. He'll be on the hill. Rob still trying to figure out how he's going to get at that 6. It's deep in the jaws. The cue ball's stuck on the 9. Doing 2 rails. That 10 ball's in the road. Somehow you got to sneak past that 10 ball. To do that, you can play your first angle on the 9 long. So you're playing that first angle on the 9 to come out here. Right, whatever that angle is. But you play it hard so that it oops, that's not going to work. So that the cue ball kind of bends into the rail and then lets go. That's going to, let me get that off there. A little bit of bottom spin. But it looks like he's, oh, and he tried, but he got that cue ball to shorten up too much, and he wasn't able to squeeze it past the 10 on the long side. So Amy, back at the table with ball in hand. Scott on the hill, 2-1. Amy trying to get on the hill. She only needs 2, so this one win will put her on the hill. Wanted to get by the 10, but even though she's run into it, she's still got an opportunity to cut that 7 ball into the top right corner pocket. Bring the cue ball 2 rails back out towards the side area. Somewhere in here. Oh, she's cut it the other way. If it gets up on the 10, she's gotten fortunate, but I don't believe it has. Looks like Rob may have enough room to get that cue ball by that 10 on that 7. Oh, it's tight though. From here it looks tight. Rob may have a 1/4 inch of room that we can't see, and he's all hunky-dory. Good to go. But just looking at it, looks like it's in the road. Looks like he's kicking at the side rail again. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, Clark has made the 6. He's got on the 9. He's gone a little too far. He may be able to cheat the pocket and push that cue ball to the right off of the 9. But you got to be careful you don't hit it dead on with that little bit of topspin that he's going to have. Oh, he just rolls it in. Very good strategic play. Didn't want to force the cue ball too much with the ball sitting right there. Just take what you've got. This isn't a bad leave on the 10. Meanwhile, Rob's looking like he's... That's a little bit of a steep angle into the rail. I'm not sure that's going to hit that 7. Might have to open it up with some right-hand siding. In the meantime, Clark on the hill. We're hill on the bottom table. Rob with the kick on the 7. Nice contact. Unfortunate result is he's left that 12 ball hanging out over by that corner pocket. Clark and Scott tied at 2 on the bottom table. Rob with a long pot on the 8. That's down, but that cue ball is going to go all the way to the end rail, and it's not going to come back out. So Rob's looking at a bank on the 9 to stay in this game. Clark's ended up pretty much on the 50-yard line with his 4. He can take it to the corner. He can take it to the side. I think I'd take it to the corner just because the cue ball is going to head towards the 5's end of the table. Might have a few less opportunities to not come back to the table if you play it that way. Or you might have a better opportunity on the 5. Cuts the 4 ball in, needs to bounce out and get past the 9. He's jacked up over the 9, but that's the hardest part about this shot. Oh, Rob tried to cut the 10 in the side, but he's going to scratch. That's going to give Amy ball in hand on the 10. He's going to concede that. Clark's on the 6 nicely. Last tournament we streamed on Kickin' Billiards that had Clark in it, he made a fantastic out. Can't remember if it was against Gord Gervais or Tom Joyce, but he was kicking and banking, drawing into good position plays. It was fantastic to watch. Amy on the hill. Rob still needs 2. Seven balls down. Cue ball got slowed up by the 10. Needs to slow up again or hit it. It hit it, so he's going to have a shot on the 8. Really don't need to do much here. Either just stun it across the table or roll it forward to come 2 rails into that 9. You don't want to leave too much angle on this 9. Just a little bit to get the cue ball to come off the rail. That would be adequate. He's going deep into towards that bottom left corner pocket. Not really where he wants to be, but it was a danger taking that 2 rail path. Amy with the 1 trying to squeeze it past the 8. Didn't get there. Lots of work to do on that rack though. Meanwhile, Scott with the 9 drains it. Well, that was Clark with the 9. My bad. Yeah, he made the 8. He should be shooting the 9. What was I thinking? Rob probably going to have to play the 2-5 combination. Or some sort of safety. He's been known to play those as well. Clark with the 10 in the side. That looks good. It is. And Clark will advance. So Clark will play the loser of this match that we're looking at here between Amy and Rob. Next up will be Stephanie Drakulich and Angel Silvera. Stephanie a 5.54 Fargo. Pretty close to the same Fargo as April Larson, isn't it? No, April was higher than that, wasn't she? I don't know. I thought I looked at it today. Let me look it up again. Got to spell it right. Ah, 6.58. Yeah, I thought she was higher than that. But 5.54, still a decent pool player. Got a little bit of a server issue with camera number 1. Hopefully that sorts itself out. Again, looking forward to next week. Well, not next week, but the week after. Kickin' Billiards will be at the Vancouver Island Pool Championships at the Vancouver Island Conference Center in beautiful Nanaimo, BC. We'll be there all week from day 1, the 16th of November, all the way to the 20th. We'll get as many of the finals in as we can. Should be able to do most of them, as long as they don't go too late and this old fella has to have a nap. Amy overcuts the 3. And we got a bit of a, like I said, we got a bit of a server issue there, trying to figure out what's going on with that. I'll send our technical support agent a text. Well, we'll get our technical support on that. In the meantime, Angel and Stephanie starting on the bottom table there. Looks like Stephanie won the leg, so she'll be breaking. Again, watch the break from Stephanie. Probably going to put that cue ball slightly off center. Trying to get the 5 and the 7 to pop into a side pocket while also maintaining position on the 1. There's a lot of balls moving, so it's not 100% predictable. Stuff can go sideways. Well, the 5 ball was tracking towards that pocket, but she ended up getting a different ball to go. I think it's the 4 ball. 4 balls down. Amy tried to cut the 5 in. A little too thick on the hit. Rob on the wrong side. Well, no, that's the 5 ball, not the 7 ball. I was thinking that was the 7, but my eyes are playing tricks on me. Doesn't look like Rob can cut that 5 ball on the side. He may have the bank there. Bank that 5 between the 7 and the 9. Anytime you're close to the object ball like that, though, you always got to watch the double hit with the cue ball. A good follow through can mess it up. Stephanie on the bottom table looks like she might be horn hooked by that side pocket. Nope, she's aiming at the 3 straight on. No, she did have to go past it and spin into it. Oh, she's just warming up.
Oh, no.
She got a rail after contact.
She's saying she didn't. Oh, yeah, no, she said she didn't.
All right. I could be wrong. That could be wrong. That does happen more often than I'd like. She was probably watching it more closely than I was. Amy kicking off the end rail to the 5. And that looks like it was a foul too. Angel with a 10 to the side. We'll take the first rack in this set. Race to 3. Rob trying to get to the hill. We've had a lot of hill matches today. That happens when you have race to 3. I like hill matches. And there we go. Angel taking a 2-0 lead. Stephanie going to take a minute to warm up. She just rolled in the door a little while ago, so all the way from Portland, Oregon. She's got a big tournament down in Bellingham, you said, tomorrow? Yeah. The ladies 3-person team event down in Bellingham. I think that's being run. Is that being run by Susie and Debbie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down with the Elks.
down at the Elks in Bellingham. Yeah, we were down there for the big dog 10 ball a little while ago. That was a lot of fun. It's great to see those events popping up again. Hopefully we can make the one down in January.
Oh, look at the break. And she's scratched.
Cue ball scratching in the side. The 5, the 7, the 9.
Wow.
3 balls off the break. Everything spread out. Your toughest positional shot would be from the 4 to the 6, and only because of the distance. Depending on where that 1 ball or cue ball had dropped, if it hadn't have fallen in the drink there, might have been a great opportunity to notch the first one. Angels get a little bit of angle into that left end rail. Should be able to come straight out on that 3. Might go 2 rails. Nope, just 1.
It might end up on the rail here.
I think it's a lot straighter than it looks. I think she should be able to just hold it right there. It might drift a hair towards the rail. Nope, didn't move. And now here you can play this with just a little bit below center and some right-hand siding to come back up table. I wouldn't want to draw it too much in case I catch it too good and get into that 8. Wants it to get off the rail a little bit would be great. That's nice. Should be fine here.
2 rail.
I'd really like to do 1 rail, but if, depending on the angle, I think 2 rail will work as well. You have a very small area coming across the 8 ball like that, though. Whereas if you can come off that end rail and straight down at the 8, she still, she got the cue ball into the perfect spot. So the 2 rail worked. It was just adding that little bit of English to get it to go forward and around made the 6 ball a little tough. Still expected her to make it. And Stephanie, in the same sort of line, should just be able to draw off this 8 into that top right side rail. Yeah, doesn't that sound confusing? The top right side rail? Let's just call it the top right rail. A little bit of spin, checks that cue ball back out for perfect shape on the 10.
And technically that's just a top rail.
Top right rail?
No, that's a top right.
I'm differentiating. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
There's
Top
only-
right cushion.
There's only 4 rails, 6 cushions.
If you don't know about Brad, he can be very particular. Usually when he is particular, he's not wrong. He's technically correct. It's not frustrating at all. I'm just kidding. So we don't have another second mic set up in here, although we could. Otherwise, I'd get him yakking on the mic with you too. But
It works perfect. I don't need to talk. I do enough of that at home. Ooh.
I got...
The wide open dig.
all tied up. Hill, Stephanie and Angel. Rack number 5. The winner of this match will advance to play Grant Goulet, 624 Fargo. Here we go. Looks like Stephanie's breaking just off center. Got the 8 ball to go. The 1 ball's trying to go, but cue ball's punched it out of the way. But the good part about that is the cue ball's on the 1. So rolling this cue ball all the way down to here even, if you've got a little bit of angle, if you can cheat that at all and get your cue ball to come here and out, somewhere in there would be ideal. I'm just going to put a little dot. Oh, maybe a little bit more than a dot. There you go. Somewhere right there. Yeah, if you could get it on that line would be ideal. But we'll see. Yeah, no angle there for her to work with, so just rolling it forward and making sure you get an angle on the 2. Should still be able to pop the 2 in the side, punch the 10 out of the way. If you can drive the 10 into the 3 and send the 3 this way, your cue ball should still end up in that area. But you got to hit it with some oomph. It's still going to go. No. But it's hit a window. Looks like there's a window. Might be tight past the 5, but the way Angel was looking at that, that looks like it goes. We're going to switch back to the 2-table view because we've got Clark and Amy going on table 1 now. Sorry, a little break there as people stop into the room to chat. Three balls deep in the jaws, but that's going to work for Stephanie as she comes back out to the center of the table to play the 4. Hit the 4 ball a little too thick, drove it into the side rail. As a result, it comes out and hits the end rail horn. So Angel will come back to the table with a decent look at the 4. Doesn't have to do much, just go straight into it and straight back out for that 5 in the top left. Just got to pot the ball. Easier said than done. Doesn't want to be straight. She is pretty straight. Angel trying to force that cue ball over there. Looks like it's safety time. If you can just play a stop shot with that cue ball, or maybe even roll it a little bit, like a half roll ahead into the 9, quarter roll even. Just try and get it snug to that 9. Nice 7-ball. She's on that 9. That was a great shot. Since Stephanie arrived late and one of the ladies dropped out so she could take her place, it was on the B side. So if Angel makes this 9-10, Stephanie's made the trip up here for one match. Tough to do coming in cold, though. Very little warm-up time. Everybody else been playing for a couple hours on and off. That'll do it. Clark and Amy. Clark sets up on that 10 ball nicely. There's a little bit of interference in the server. Justin's working on it, but there's not much he can do. Clark leading 1-0 in a race to 3. Clark with the 1. Somehow going to get in on that 2. If he can come back to where he is, he's probably got a window to shoot that 2 in the side, but it's a little risky. And he ends up finding a pathway through. Not exactly where you would have thought, but it's going to be difficult here. He's lining up that 1. Oh, sorry. My bad. What happened there? Sorry, Stephanie won that match against Angel. Sorry. I looked away for a second, saw it was over. Thought Angel had drained that 10, but... So Stephanie's now playing Grant. She's going to get 1 game in a race to 3. Grant being a 624. Stephanie being a 554, 558, something like that. He's got a nice little window there for the 5. 6 balls over the pocket. Clark with a funny lie on the 2. Just needs to come out off that end rail for the 9 on the side, or for the 8 on the side. Doesn't want to get too far. He's come up a little high. He's going to have to go into that top left cushion and try and hold there for the 9 in the bottom right. Good hit from Amy. Clips the 2 ball.
Scratch. Watch it scratch.
Where?
Oh no, who won between Angel and Stephanie?
Stephanie did.
Oh, she did, hey?
Yeah, I thought Angel was going to get it too, but then I looked up and it was Stephanie playing Grant. I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So I think Grant got that one. I keep getting pulled away. Clark sitting that cue ball and that 2 ball in tough positions for Amy. She's kicking again. Yeah, so Grant got that one. So Grant and Stephanie are tied 1-1. Clark and Amy. Clark up 1-0. Amy with a kick on the 2. She's scratched. So that's going to bring Clark to the table with ball in hand. Grant with the 10 ball off the break and a good look at the 1. The 2 ball's in a bit of a messy spot. So that 10 ball's going to spot. No early 10s in a race to 3. That would kind of defeat the purpose.
Get something. You want something else to drink?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Just trying to look after you, dude.
I appreciate it. So Grant's got a bit of a problem getting from the 1 to the 2 here. He may be able to cut the 1 in, draw off the 2 straight towards the 9. Sorry, draw off the 3 straight towards the 9 and push that 3 out of the way. Just got to watch that. No, he elected to go forward. He's going to take the 2-8 combination. That's not a bad idea. I don't mind that choice. Probably more sure of making those 2 shots than the 2 shots I was thinking about. That's an unfortunate little roll. He should still be able to get in there. It's getting back out to get a look at the 9. Plus, he's jacked up over the 3. This doesn't make it easy. This is where you'd like to have the slow-mo up and running with the zoomed camera.
Well, maybe you'll configure that thing next time.
Will do. Will do.
So afterwards, Scott and I are going to play some sets for a little bit of cash.
Cool. Cool. I wouldn't mind playing a little bit.
Oh, if you want to take them on, you can.
Oh, no. You go for it. I haven't been playing. I'm not playing anybody sets. I haven't picked up my cue in weeks.
Dude, we're about to go to Moscone. Partner, you better get your crap together.
Yes, sir. I got a month. Heck, a month of good practice, I'll be a 660. Maybe not. Maybe a 606.
We just got to hope, like hell, that there's a lot of other high Fargos there. Because then we're not getting killed.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine.
I mean, like on chips.
Grant gets 2. He's on the hill. Stephanie breaking rack number 4. Well, actually, she got 1, so this is technically rack number 3, but she got 1 in the race to 3, just as the handicap, right? So, never mind. You know what I mean.
Oh, your camera froze for a bit. Oh.
Yeah, I've already messaged Justin about that. He's working on getting a dedicated server.
Oh, yeah,
Right now,
because
that
these ones-
server shares the internet with another product.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, and that's why we get this, because when other people are using that product, this is what happens.
Maybe I should start paying for it.
It's not a matter of paying for it at the moment. It's a matter of the...
No, because then I can complain.
Oh, yeah, no, you can complain anyway, but I
Okay.
just wouldn't complain loudly, because it is free. At the moment. Well, not the whole system, just we're doing a lot of testing for them. So that's where we come in. Oh, it looks like they both froze now. All right, let's get in there and change things up.
Uh-oh. What's going on, Obi-Wan?
Like I said, I got to change it up. We're having server issues. So give me a moment. And that's how I know it's server issues, because your stream, we're watching the OBS stream with the system works on, and those cameras are working flawlessly. So somewhere between where the OBS is outputting it to the server and I'm bringing it into my production software, we're losing it. So in the meantime, we'll just leave this up here for you so that you don't have a blank screen to look at.
It froze.
What froze?
Challenge. It's frozen. Look, it's not moving.
No, I deliberately. Oh, you. Oh man,
Oh, boy.
it's painful.
Hey, by the way, just so in case you're wondering.
Oh, okay. The stream has died because the area where the servers are in, the power's gone out.
Oh,
So we are not. Let me work on this. Let me work on this. Let's see if I can do this here. Let me think. Let me think, folks. Hold on. I'll turn the music up here. You guys can listen to a little bit of the tunes. I'll turn me off, and I'll get this picture back. Give me a minute.
Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
We got one table back. Let me work on getting that other one back. Give me a second. And I think, nope, I didn't get it. I got the same table on both. No, I don't. Okay, well, let me work on this. Okay, we're back up and running. It might be a little bit difficult just simply because I'm really jury rigging this. So it's not going to be as smooth because I'm doing a network data face output on the capture computer to bring it into the streaming computer. So, I mean, yeah, I know none of you care what that means, but what it means is I can't get the 60 frames per second I was getting it out of it. Or maybe I can. Let's see if that smooths it out. That's a lot of data over this little network. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work, folks. I think I'm taxing the computer's a little too much. Let me move that back to 30. That'll reduce the amount of time it needs. Well, we might be shut down for the day, folks. We'll see. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes. Like I said, we've had a power outage in the link that we use to provide these streams, and we're trying to make it work with just a network data interface connection for these two streams, but that's kind of resource intensive that way. That's why you see the balls don't quite move as smooth as they should. Not much you can do when the power goes out. I know, power's not out here. Power is out where the servers are. So the signal we were sending to the servers has been interrupted, and we can't get the reply. So basically via Wi-Fi, I'm trying to do it jury-rigged. And I'm just happy we have any sort of picture. Turn that music down now. Clark missing the 6. Stephanie giving up this position on the 4 to Grant. Not sure what he can do with it. Cut it to the left, I guess, is really all he's got. Maybe bring the cue ball around 3 rails for the 5 in the top left corner, but that's going to be a tricky positional play. Amy just trying to go straight forward off that 6. Didn't really have much else there to work with just to avoid the scratch. But Clark should be able to pot this 6, draw into the rail, and come back across for that 7. Grant's taking a long look at that 4. Yeah, a little tough on the system doing it this way, but it's better than nothing. Or is it? Stephanie jumping over, trying to make that 4. She's clipped the side of the 4. Cue ball's come up and down the table, going to stop somewhere near the middle. Nope. Somewhere up by the 10 ball. The 4 ball's over the pocket. So Grant's got a great opportunity to get through this rack and on the hill and through the hill, really. He's got to make the 4. 5 to the 7 might be a little tricky, but with the way the 7 is positioned off the rail by the side pocket, it shouldn't be too hard. Maybe his 4 to his 5 is the trickiest part, because you got to get that weight remotely right. Just past the side pocket would be good enough. And that's a note for when you're training and practicing. You know, we always like to hit a spot, but maybe just getting a weight right to a certain line coming back down the table might be a little bit easier mentally. Then you're not trying to land on a dime. You just try to get past the side pocket, but before the second diamond. So you've got like a, what is that? It's about 8 inches between those diamonds, I'm guessing. No, it's more than that. About 10. But he ended up funny on the 5, and he's made the 5, but that's still going to bring Stephanie to the table. This is her option to keep it or send it back. I cannot imagine she would send this back. It's a little tricky to get from the 7 to the 8. You got to cut that 7 pretty thin, and then draw it off the 9, but spin it around and get back up table. So I'm thinking a little bit below center, and say a tip low and tip and a half left. Try and get into that top left cushion. Well, she's driven it into the rail, and she's scratched the cue ball. Unfortunately for Stephanie. But Grant, without too many issues here, Top right, come 2 rails out through the middle of the table into this bottom right corner of the table. Anywhere in there is fine on the 8 as long as you're not dead straight and stuck to the rail. Wow. Dead straight, stuck to the rail. See, he's already putting left on it. Imhoff, he's going to hammer this and try and spin it out, and that's pretty much the best he can do. Which, incidentally, isn't too bad. I mean, I know he didn't make it across the halfway line, but he still got a decent shot in the 9. 2 rails out for the 9, or for the 10, or just 1 rail. He'll check it and bring it out 1 rail. Clark on the hill working through his rack. Meanwhile, Grant drains the 10. He's going to advance. Past Stephanie, 3-2. He will take on the winner of Clark and Amy. Whereas on the A side, in the hot seat, Brad Haydu and Rob Hoiberg, 5:45 and 5:48 Fargos. Waiting to go. They should start right soon, I'm guessing. Amy's come off that side rail nicely. I think she's on that 4. She maybe wanted another half inch or 2 or so. But she should be able to pot this 4 with a little bit of bottom and just softly bring it into the center of the table. Not enough angle on the 4. But she's left a bank. Actually, it's not a bad opportunity to play the split safety. Split safety being putting the cue ball and the 4 ball at opposite ends of the table. But he's going to go for the bank. I don't blame him. You can play this 2-way. And he's ended up with a 2-way shot. Scott Davis just warming up, hitting some balls. He's going to be playing a few sets with Mr. Hoiberg after the match. I'll be on the other table with whoever's sticking around, and we'll bang some balls around. I probably should do more than that, like practice, but it's Friday night.
I suppose you didn't fix it.
I did. We are up and running.
It's frozen on this.
Sorry, just had to explain everything there. But we're back up and running. Clark needs these to get out. Oh, I was worried that wasn't going to have the speed, but it came way out of there. A lot of siding on that one, I guess. Just draw off the 7. You don't need to get crazy. Same thing here. Stop shot works. Maybe drop back a little bit if you like. Should have the angle to come straight at the 9. And he's hung the 8. Amy with her 3 balls to finish that set. Or to get on the hill in that set. Sorry, she's not on the hill yet. Ten ball, bottom left. To get on the hill and force this into a hill-hill match. We are going to stop the stream after the tournament with the problem that we're having and the quality of the stream that we're putting out. I'm just continuing this so y'all know who wins. If it was just, well, if it was anything other than just these guys practicing, or this tournament, I'd probably just turn it off. But here we go, Brad and Rob. Wow. Let me see if I can change a setting over here. That's not getting any better. I don't know why that keeps popping up where it is. Yeah, we may end this, folks. It's not working out so well. Or we can try one more thing, but we're not going to have the scores up there. I'll just have to keep the scores in my head. Yeah, just got to do a little bit of cropping here, folks, and we'll be all good to go. And let me see if I can rebuild that scene. Just about done rebuilding that scene, folks. Just give me a second. I think we can still make this work. It's just taking me a little bit of time. As I rebuild it from the ground up. But we're almost there. And I've got a much better picture going on here. Just about done. And there we go. This should work out a little bit better. We're just drawing the camera feed directly from the camera rather than taking it through OBS. And we're doing screen captures of the scorecards. So we should be up and running. And that's a nice, crisp, clean picture right there, I tell you what. Mr. Hoiberg trying to get that 5 going. Unable to pot it. He's left a decent opportunity for Brad here to cut that in. A little bit of bottom right. Should be able to juice it around for that 6 in the side. Meanwhile, Clark and Amy sitting at 2-2 on the hill. Amy with the 5 needs to draw back to get on that 6. She's done so well. Good follow through on that one. Drew it almost too far. That's going to be a thin cut on the 6 now. I thought that was going to stop about 6-8 inches ago. And she was going to be fine. Meanwhile, Mr. Hoiberg would love to bank this 6 and have it set up on the 8 nicely. Cuts the 6 in the side, knocks the 8 over the hole. That couldn't have worked out better if he had picked it up and placed it there by hand. Amy, meanwhile, staring at that 6 ball in the side. Draws the cue ball off that 6 to stay a nice angle, to have a nice angle into the 7. Again, you can shoot this one with a nice medium speed and just have that cue ball come off that rail and kill in the middle of the table. A little bit of left. Oh no, all the way across and in the side pocket. Yeah, if you saw the speed that the 7 had when it went into the pocket, you can shoot that one a lot slower than you'd like. Now, the danger of that is, of course, you take a chance on having a skid, because the slower you shoot, the more likely you are to have a skid or a kick. And then your object ball is not going into the pocket no matter what, because it doesn't even have the right line. So Mr. Hoiberg takes rack number 1 in this race to 3 in the A side final between Rob Hoiberg and Brad Haydu. These are the two fellas that run the Slow Roller Room and the Garage. They alternate Friday night tournaments, hosting them in their garages. The Garage has its own streaming setup with Fraser Valley Pool. They get a lot of guest commentators over there as well, like downtown Kenny Brown, along with Kerry Miller, Brenda Willis, and a few others. Lots of others, way too many to try and list them all, so just get a few that I heard recently. A ball in hand off the break, and unfortunately I got distracted, didn't see one that top game. So Brad and Rob in the final. We're kind of doing this a little smash and grab today. Oh, wait a minute. We've got Clark and Grant going to be playing the B-side semi-final. So we better change this back. So there you go. We got that reset up. Folks wondering, making their way out the door, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate everybody's patience with any of the technical glitches that we've had. I'm pretty happy we've been able to work through them. Oh, now we're having power issues here. Well, folks, if we lose the stream, I'm sorry. There's only so much I can do. I can't create electricity. We just had a couple of bumps with the power here. I need to check the forecast here, see if we got a problem coming. It's not that bad. Clark and Grant should be starting up anytime soon. That's why I haven't changed back to that single table. Brad's got ball in hand. He's starting from there. I guess. Oh. Well, and he drew right at the 8. And he might have hooked him on the 10 with the 10, but I don't think so. I think he's got a shot around that 10. $10:00, 3 matches left. We're doing the A side and the B side right now. Brad Haydu and Rob Hoiberg. Oh, they're going to kill me for that one. Playing the A side final, Grant and Clark playing the B side final. I think Clark has taken the majority of his matches to the hill, but he still keeps coming out on top. So whatever he's doing, keep doing it. Hey, Mason. Sorry, I didn't see that comment come in. It should have popped up on the stream, but apparently it's not working. Oh, needs to keep that cue ball out of there. Well, he's in tough on the 9 from there. That's going to be a difficult one to work your way out of. Not sure how he's going to dig that out of there. He's got to go for the long bank. There really isn't anything left. Simply put, Rob's got a long bank. Maybe he can bank that to the other, like a reverse long bank. Maybe he can bank it to the other corner, but I'd be worried about the cue ball. Grant, on the other hand, can cue that cue ball properly. He's got room to put the 1 past the 8. 2 balls wide open. He just wants to get on the right-hand side of the pocket line as he looks at the 2. That might not do it. Maybe it will. Oh yeah, he should be fine. He can cut this in and bring that cue ball into the end rail and back up table. So Grant should be doing fine there. Oh, I missed what Rob did. Man, oh man. But he's missed the 10. Or was that Brad? I think Brad's missed the 10. That'll bring Rob back up to the table. And he'll get to the hill. Race to 3 is a beast. Oh, I know what happened. When I did that, I stopped that. Yeah, hold on. My bad. I had to update that. I still needed that capture because I needed the scores to come across. So there you go. We'll get the scores updated. Names are updated. There we go. I thought they just hadn't filled out their names. But once I looked at the other stream, it was working fine. Nice break from Rob, makes the 2 and the 8. He's staring at the 1, but I'm not sure he can do anything with it. There's not enough angle to knock it down table and get a good safety in behind the 3. You may have to just take what's there and try and throw that 1 ball on the other side of the 4 and snuggle up to the 3. Tricky little shot. Clark, in the meantime. Oh, that's going to get a little bit fortunate to rub that 10, because now he's perfect on the angle for the 8. Rob did pretty good there to get the rail and just tuck the cue ball in a little bit next to the 5, because Brad's actually got a tough hit on that 5, on that 1 from there. He's going 3 rails. Wow. I'm just looking. It's a kooky hit, but I'm not sure the 3 rail's there. I think the 9's in the road, right? See, I think the 9's in the road on that 3 railer, but I'm not sure you can actually do this, right? I'm not sure you can actually play that shot. Maybe. I'd have to practice that one. Clark and Grant sitting at 1. Rob's on the hill. Brad needs to hit this one. He may end up going for the jump stick. There is another option. You can jump into the rail over the 3 and into the 1. And that doesn't actually require a whole lot of practice. You just need that cue ball to be slightly elevated going into that rail, and it'll hop right over the 3. He's elected to just try that freehand jump shot. Didn't go very well. He's scratched. But he did open the table up, so Rob doesn't really have any tailor-made safeties here to work on that 3 foul rule. I'm not sure why he's shooting it that way. That way it would be more inclined to feel comfortable for me, but, you know, to each their own. Everybody has different comfort levels and different expectations. Three ball in the corner. Would have liked to have come about another 6 inches up table to play that 4 in the side. If it goes by the 9, you're okay. But it looks pretty tight by the 9. I think you're cutting that in the side. And with the angle he's got, the cue ball's headed up towards the 7. Not sure if he can hold it there. He held it, but he didn't make the 4. Brad's probably itching to get at this table. Clark's drained the 5, the 6 and the 7. Pretty simple. You just got to be a little careful with your cue ball, and you shouldn't have too many problems with it. Brad, a little thin on the 5, but it's still going to work out fine for the 6 up to the 7. Again, just a little bit above center. You'll come into the rail just before the side pocket. Oh, this could be tricky. He needs to get past the 10, and he's not going to. Oh, Clark didn't land on that 7 very nice. He's going to have to play this with top and get around the table. He got a look at the 8, but he didn't pocket the 7. So Grant's going to come to the table with a much better angle to get down table off of this. Oh, nice kick shot from Brad, but it's not going to go. He's not going to sell it out. He's given Rob a bit of a tester here. Grant just has to get the weight right here to get on that 8. I think going 2 rails, maybe 3 rails past the side pocket up to where he's standing now is a good bet. But he elected to just come down table 2 rails. Worked out well. Needs to play a little bit of left-hand siding on the cue ball to get back across for this 9. He may be all right with just straight top, though. I might put a hair of left on it just to make sure I don't get in behind that 10. Oh, and he's hung the 8 ball. Shot that one a little bit too quick. Took it for granted. We all do it, and it always bites us. Clark electing to stay right there to take the 9. He's not going to be able to do too much with this cue ball. Maybe follow it through to this bottom left cushion to come out for the 10 in that top center pocket. Might be able to make that work. Brad kicking at the 7. He's made it. He's come out. He's going to go too far. He's landing thin on that 9. Every inch that cue ball travels makes this just that much harder. Can still make it though. It's not impossible. It's just a little bit difficult. Oh no, Clark getting right up on the 10. He's gonna have to jack up and kind of cut it pretty heavy to try and keep control of that cue ball and still make that 10. Brad hanging the 9 ball. Rob just going to cut the 9 in, come out right past where the mechanical bridge head is, and he'll shoot that 10 ball. Just like that. Clark trying to cut the 10 in, bottom right. And he's done it. Nice hit. Clark on the hill first, playing Grant. And Mr. Hoiberg knocks that set down. And I didn't build the set to replace it. Just give me a minute. We're working on this.
Yep. We're getting to the nitty gritty, so we're only playing on one table, eh?
Yeah, you're just going to play on Grant?
Grant and Clark, yeah.
Okay.
Stick on that table.
Yeah, I'm just chopping things up.
Yep.
I figured out a way to get a better picture here, so.
Okay, good job.
You see how nice and smooth it is?
Hey, I just want to say, nobody says it to you often enough. Good job.
Aw. You can't see it, folks, but I'm blushing.
I hope you enjoyed dinner. Well, you usually do when you come here and have dinner, right?
I did. It was excellent. Thank you very much.
Well, like I said to Reese, he goes, that's a lot of mac and cheese. Mute me for a sec. Can you mute me?
There we go. We got it figured out. Kind of. There we go. All right, Clark and Grant. They are in the B-side semifinal, waiting for Brad Haydu. Sorry, Brad Haydu waiting for the winner of this match. And then Rob Hoiberg sitting there over on the A side, guaranteed second place. Clark leads 2-1. Not much doing here with this 3-ball. It's going to change everything when he moves this. You might just play off it. Playing a little safety there, but he was going after the 10. I don't think he knows there's no early 10s. At least that's what I was told. Maybe I have the wrong of it. Grant kicking at the 3. He's hit it, and he hit it twice, but he wasn't able to get it to drop. Clark is going to thin this and come out past the 9. Try and get up to that rail by the 6, and then between the 6 and the 8 towards the 4. Shouldn't be impossible. Well, he might not have the angle I thought he did. Oh, somehow he thins a 3, doesn't make it. And that'll bring Grant back to the table. Grant's just trying to figure out how he can get in and out of there clean. When a ball's that deep in a pocket like that, it can sometimes be really tricky. I think he's all right if he can come off that 3. Because you're going to have more spin when you hit this rail. It's going to lengthen out. You just got to... Oh, he went the complete other way. That might not work. That's going to put him right in behind there. Always tricky to get out of those. When that object ball is so deep in the jaws of a pocket, and you're not sure if you're going to hit the horn or you're going to hit the cushion. Tricky. Tried to kick at the 4, came in a little shallow. That's going to give Clark Smith ball in hand. With that 5 ball tied up, though, don't be too surprised if you see Clark knock this 4 ball down by the 6 and try and get that cue ball in behind the 5. I know I would. Some people think that the 3 foul rule is one of the dumbest rules in pool, but I think it makes the game more exciting because there's basically 2 ways to win now. Run all the balls or play such good defense your opponent can't have any offense. Hook them 3 times in a row. And with jump shots being allowed and kick shots going crazy, you know, it's just that much more difficult to get somebody on a 3 foul rule. You almost have to be sleeping a little bit to not see it coming. And I count myself in that number of people. I've been 3 fouled. And by the time you see it on the 3rd one, it's too late. We're going to throw up a second table here. And this other match is going to be Scott and Rob. Race to 5 for 50 10 ball. So this is not in the tournament. I think I've got a provision to do this. Yep, hold on a second. Just fixing something here. So there you go. That's what they're doing on that bottom table. We still got that tournament working on the top. Clark and Grant. Clark with 4 balls left, ball in hand on the hill. He's got to get this done. He'll take on, well, whoever wins this match will take on Brad Haydu next. And then the winner of that will play Rob Hoiberg in the final. I hope Clark's got a bit of angle there. It looks like he does. He needs to go into the rail in between the 9 and the 10. Come out somewhere out here. Rubs the 9. He's going to get the angle he wants. Oops, wrong button here. Let's use the right buttons. And to advance into the B-side final. There it is. Clark moves on. Up next, Clark and Brad Haydu. I wish we had got to test the new camera, but I left a couple of key components at home, thinking I wouldn't need them, that I could just program it the way I do my other cameras, but forgetting this one's a little different. So we do have a brand new pan tilt zoom 18 times optical zoom camera with pre-programmable positions that we will be debuting in Nanaimo in a week and a half. Should add some neat value to the production. Wow, Rob went for the 2-rail kick on the 1. Could have swore he was going to get it, but it went past. Ends up giving Scott ball in hand. Scott really wants to cut that ball into that top left corner pocket. I think you're better served to come around and shoot it into this bottom left corner pocket. There you go. Now you can plan your route off that 1 directly at the 2. In the meantime, Clark and Grant, I don't think that they've changed names. Let me just go see what's going on with that regard, folks. I thought they were starting a new match. Yeah, they just had to change that. They hadn't changed the names. Clark with a long 4. I'm not sure that 5 ball came out far enough. You may have to slow roll this with as much right-hand siding as you can get. The problem with that is you're not going to get to shoot the 6. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, that's a perfect example of what the camera sees versus what the player sees, because I would have swore that 5 ball didn't go unless you threw it in and then you were going to screw up your 6. But Clark was able to drill that right past the 8, no problems at all, and draw back in shape for the 6. Now, obviously, he didn't miss that 8 by much, but he did miss it. It didn't move. Rob coming out nicely for that 7 in the bottom right corner. Clark rattling the 7 ball, but brings it right back up table. It's got room to go past the 8, but the cue ball is going to get let loose as he caroms into the 9. Rob misses the 9. He would have been out there. Make that 7. Sorry, he misses the 7. Make that 7. You've got the 9 sitting right there. Scott, he's got a long cut down the rail for the 7. That's not going to go. Well, he could end up... Nope. I was going to say he could end up with this 7-9 ball in between the 7 and the cue ball, but they both rolled to the rail and neither bounced. So Scott's sitting pretty nice to just draw off the 7. Oh, he couldn't get back through. He had a little bit of angle there. I couldn't tell from there. Into the side. Is he going to... Nope. Off the horn. That's going to set up pretty nicely for Rob if he can make this 9. Brad making the 9, bringing the cue ball 2 rails for perfect shape on the 10. That's exactly the way you want to hit it. So if Brad can finish it off, he'll lead 1-0. No problems. Rob and Scott obviously in warm-up mode. Scott was halfway stood up before he shot that one. Guy shoots good. Shoots very good. Brad leading 1-0, race to 3. He's made the 6, kept the cue ball out of the drink. He's got a long look at the 1. No real place for it, though. He's got to carom to the 9. if you want to go that route, but those are so risky. The safety's not a cinch either. There's no easy safety there. And as a result, oh, maybe he's safe there. Maybe Clark would have to jump the 7 to get at that 1. Nope, he can just twist around it, I think. Unless he all of a sudden stands up and jacks his cue up. Oh, he did rub the 7. That's going to give Brad ball in hand. Rob kicking at the 1 ball, trying to get past the 8 and spin into it. It's going to have some speed on it because he's coming off the rail to hit the 1. If he wants to get back down table to get the 2, he's going to have a lot of speed on this cue ball. I thought he might have had an opportunity to make that off the 5 in the corner, and that's why I thought he might play that with a little bit of speed and get the cue ball up and down table. As it is, he's left a long bank on the 1. With the 4 ball there, when Scott plays topspin on this, it'll catch the 4 ball and run straight forward. Should be almost perfect for the 2. Scott elects to just bunt the 1 ball to the side rail, try and get the cue ball forward of it. Rob playing this with a little bit of bottom left. Yeah, almost scratched there if that 5 wasn't there. Brad on the top table, trying to stun that cue ball through for the 4. Hit that actually really nicely. Got a lot of travel out of the cue ball. Probably more than he was expecting. Now for Rob here, that cue ball's got to slow down or hit the 8. Didn't want it to hit the 3. If it hit the 3, it had to hit the 3 fairly thick, but he's just rubbed it. So he's going to have to kick at the 3 ball here. Oh no. Coming off the end rail and scratching in the side pocket. Clark will come to the table. Ball in hand with 5 balls left. 1 of which is over the hole. You got to think he's going to be consistent to the 9. Should get these 4, and then it'll all depend on how good his position is on the 9 as to whether he can transfer over to the 10 and keep that run out going and run this rack all the way out. May play this rail first, just roll it in and have that cue ball slide up the rail towards the center pocket. Well, it looks now like he's going to come out and around. Yeah, that had a lot of speed on it. 9 ball in the same pocket. Oh, he makes a nice shot on the 9 ball, but he's trapped the cue ball in the corner, and he's got to come with another one now on the 10. Rob making the 7. He's hung the 5. Should be able to transfer over to this right-hand side for the 8. Half ball hit with a little bit of right-hand siding. It's got to be rolling when it gets there. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's missed the ball. Not sure how he missed that one, but I guess he was just a little bit too close to the rail first contact. Scott bringing the cue ball around 2 rails. It's going to be fast, though. Now he's got a thin cut on the 8. Just wants to go straight back and forth across the table. Clark, 1-1. Scott just playing safe, but Rob's going to bank this all day long, bank side. Won't take him long to decide. Might take him a minute to figure it out. Wow. Played that 8-ball hard. Got the cue ball running off it, though, but it went a little long. And now it's left Scott with a long tester on this 9-ball to take the second rack. Just needs to roll it in. He's going to have shape on the 10. Don't have to kill it. Oh, hits that right in the heart. Scott gets the 10 ball there. I'll be right back in a second, folks. There we go. Throat was getting a little dry there. Just had to go get a beverage. I think there's a window there. I think Rob's left a window on that 1 ball. Scott will probably step up and take it. Scott hangs the 1 ball, bringing Rob back to the table. He's got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is open. It's only when you get down to the 6, 7, 8, 9 that it gets a little bit tricky. Clark obviously not intending to make the 4 ball that way, so that'll bring Brad back to the table. Not sure what he's going to do at the 6. Play the 6-10. Plays the 6-10. But if he called that, oh no, early 10s. Oh, I didn't think there was early 10s. My bad. Rob with a nice 3, getting over for the 4. It's just when he gets down to that 6, 7. That's where you're going to see how accurate Rob can be and how well he can plan out a rack. Brad on the hill leading Clark 2-1. That 10 ball's in the side. got kicked off the end rail, so that'll get spotted. And it'll be Brad's turn at the table. Gotta believe he's gonna push. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, gotta cut the 6-ball bottom right and somehow bring the cue ball back around for the 7. Whew, a little bit of pop there. Might elect to play safe if you can shoot that 6 into the 10. Brad with a push to a jump shot or a kick. The kick is there now. Now that the 8 has moved the 6, you got a possible kick. You'd have to put a little bit of English on it to get it to open up like that. You see how this angle has changed? This angle versus this angle. You can change those with English. Or you could just Brad it. I mean, jump it. No, Brad it. No, that's right. Excuse me. Scott with a 7-ball that just won't drop. Rob's hoping that thing dies a quick death right there. Clark didn't quite break that 3-ball free, but that was a great effort. Oop. There we go. Had my touchpad activated there for a second, so anytime something touched it, the monitor would pop up and move around, so, or the mouse would, so that's not good. Cut the 7 in, nice and slow with a whole bunch of left-hand siding, and you'll come right at that 8. Oh, that's too fast. Well, you just play it to the short side, I guess. Run it up the rail. Again, being careful and being aware of that top side pocket. A little bit too much left or a little bit too much top. Because you want to straighten out for that 9. I think you're better off to play this little bit of left or right, sorry, and come straight back across. Well, he wasn't able to make the 8 anyway. Scott drawing right off the 8 into the side pocket. That's going to get Rob on the board. Guys are struggling with a little bit of consistency here in this first few games of this set. Brad trying to get comfortable over top the 4. Got a good draw stroke on that, but a little too much even. And there you go. Mr. Hoiberg's on the first, got his first rack of that set. They're playing race to 5 for 50. 10 ball. Rob's a 540 something Fargo and Scott's a 620 something. We'll see Rob's game pop up in a second. There it is. And in the meantime, Brad trying to bank the 6. Wow. Just about scratching the side off that crazy cue ball zipping around like that. 7 ball's going to find the side pocket. He's going to have a look at the 1 in the bottom side pocket, the 2 and the 3 and the 4. Everything's open. It's a great opportunity for a run out from Rob. Clark, meanwhile, has to cut that 6 into the top center pocket. There's just no other option for it. I don't believe he has the right angles to play safe. Well, if you're going to miss, you might as well miss and hook your opponent, right? Rob gets the 1 in. He's going to have a difficult transition from the 2 to the 3. That angle's wrong. Not much you can do except try, but... And Brad's got out the Brad stick to do a little bit of bradding. I mean, jumping. Nice 2. Is he going to get a look at the 3? I think that 4 ball's in the road. I don't think it got clear. Clark's got the 7 in. Pretty sure he still has a look at the 8. Rob going airborne. Got to brad that cue ball over the 4. He's going to get a kick out of this when he watches it back. That's why I'm saying that. So do you guys think Earl is going to be their 5th pick? I can't see how it isn't, right? Rob's got a pretty nice table on the bottom end of the screen for a run out to even the match. Brad's got a pretty nice open 3-ball table. I mean, how is a table with 3 balls on it not open? Anyway, 2 more shots. 1 good positional play to get nice and easy on that 10. Any way you want to do it. Forward with a little bit of left hand, top left hand spin. You come 2 rails at the 10 off this bottom left cushion. That's going to have too much angle off the rail, but it's not going to have too much speed, so it's still going to be fine. And that's it. Brad's done it. He's taken out Clark. So we are going to go into the final. Brad Haydu versus Rob Hoiberg. I believe he's got to beat him twice. Okay, we're going to put that on pause. We'll switch it over to scene 1. That should change any minute. To Brad and Rob.
See that, Colin? Twice.
Looks like Brad won the leg by a small margin. Brad to break. Watch the 5, the 7, and the 4 and the 6. The 4 and the 6 could go 4 rails back into one of those bottom end corners or left side corners. And the 5 and the 7 are going to come off that rack and head towards the center pockets. I don't know why guys break from so far back. He's made the 4. Made the 3, the 10 ball drops. That was a very giving rack. One ball, top left corner pocket. Power draws the cue ball 2 rails out to the middle of the table to cut the 2 ball in the top center pocket. Cue ball will come around the table 3 rails to try and land on that 5 in the top right corner pocket. But he may go past it and ended up shooting it in the bottom right. No, he's still going to take that to the top right. He'll just roll it slow so he can keep the cue ball down there for the 6. If he hangs it up, maybe the 6 is in the road. Hell, he's hit that in the heart of the pocket. Looking good in this rack. After this tournament is over, I will let that other table play until they're finished their match, but it will be uncommentated, and I will get ready to head on home because I still got to go home, pack up and go home after this. Things to do tomorrow. Brad just rolling that 7 into the top left corner. He's going to go up. Well, he's going to go to the right-hand side of the table here and then back out to the middle off this 8. Cutting it in the side. He's missed a couple of these before today. No, he took it to the corner, comes around 3 rails. That's going to be just about perfect for the 9. Either way, as long as he's got a little bit of angle, he can go into the 10 and bump it towards that corner pocket. Give himself a little bit of separation, or he could draw it back just like that. Nicely done. Brad on the board leads 1-0 in this race to 3. If he beats him this race, we got to do it again. It's a true double dip. Unless they agree to split, of course. There's always an arrangement that the parties can make. Nine ball on the side. He's got to look at the 1. No, he doesn't. Well, maybe he does. Is there a silly little window right there? Maybe he needs to jump a tiny bit to get over the edge of the 7. But I think he's almost got a perfectly straight window to that 1 ball right in the side pocket. He's made the 9. Yeah, he's got a window. You can tell. He didn't start looking at a kick. He's trying to cut that in. Oh, he's trying to hold it for the 2, but he's not going to. Does the 2 goes by the 3? That looks even tighter. I'm not sure. Only Rob can tell. He may play safe here then. Just cut that 2 into the middle of the end rail. Get that cue ball up by the 10. Behind the 10-7. Got to look at it again. You got to be comfortable with it when you shoot it. And at some point, though, you do have to trust yourself and let it go. That was pretty tight. So Brad with his first look at rack number 2. It's looking all right. As long as you can keep the cue ball in good possession here, everything goes. Brad able to make the 2. He's got shape on the 3, but he's jacked up over the 8. Doesn't have a lot he can do with the cue ball, and he's going to need to do something so he can hold it there for the 4. rips it forward, ends up perfect on the 4. From that position, I'll call that perfect. There's not much better you could do. Jacked up over the 8, plays a ton of topspin, pots the 3 and runs the cue ball around. 2 rails to come back out for the 4. That's well done. Jimmy's the 4, but double horns it and runs it to the other corner. That's not 9 ball though. We're playing 10 ball, so that's going to bring Mr. Rob Hoiberg to the table. Got a little work to do. If he's pretty straight on that corner, which it looks like he is, he might have a little bit of angle. If he's got a little bit of angle to the left, that's not such a big deal. A little bit of angle to the right, that might be a problem because your cue ball's now heading into steep zones. No, that was perfect. A little bit of angle to the left, lets him straighten the cue ball out on the 6. From here, he can just draw straight back and shoot the 9 past the 10 in the corner. As long as it goes, looks like it does, but maybe it needs a little bump. Sometimes they do. Seven in the corner. Looks like he's going to try and draw back down to the short side of the 8, down on the left, right where he's standing, where the cue ball, well, in that line off the 7. So second diamond, just drawing that cue ball off. Maybe it doesn't go. Call it 10 bank side. That might work. Made the 7, but he's not on the 8 very nice. Not sure if he's going to try and cut that down the rail or try a bank of some kind. I think your cut down the rail is the safest bet. You can't slow roll it though. You slow roll it, you're going to get a kick. It's going to drive into that point. Never mind down the rail into the pocket. That's going to cut wide. Well, good opportunity for Mr. Haydu to take rack number 2. Nice shot on the 8. We'll see what he can come with on the 10. Top right corner pocket. Oh, and he's going to hang it up. That's going to come out just nice for Rob. If Rob can drain this, he'll even it up. Big miss from Brad from going on the hill to tie it up. Rob still has to make it though. That'll do it. 1-1. It's a race to 2, folks. Brad wins. We go to a second set. Race to 3. Rob wins. It's all over. Sorry, it's getting a little late. Getting a little tired. Getting a little punchy. (11:10 p.m. on a Friday night). Thanks for joining me, sitting around watching this match. This tournament, every other Friday from the Slow Roller Room in Abbotsford, BC. And on the other Fridays, it's from the Garage in Abbotsford, BC. They're not too far apart. That's why these guys will sometimes run a tournament on a weekend. They'll take 16 or 8 players at this venue, 8 players at that venue, make nice long races. Yeah, a lot of fun. A little too close for the jump queue, I think, unless you're going into the side rail, which not a lot of people do, but it's interestingly enough, it's not that hard. Yeah, 5 minutes of practice, maybe 10. Brad taking his time, figuring out the puzzle. The 2-rail kick might be all he's got. He's going to try and move that 5 onto the 9, I think. Well, that didn't do much other than give away bow in hand. I think that 5 was supposed to go a lot further. So ball in hand. Cutting the 1 in. Cue ball's going around the table. If he can miss that 2. Well, there you go. You got a good look at the 2. Unfortunately, your look at the 2 consists of the rail. Rob's trying to figure out what to do with the 2. The way I look at it is you can cut it past that 6, or you can bank it to that side. One lets your cue ball go, the other one keeps it under control. Come on, Rob. You got this, buddy. Think about what you got to do, then get down and just get it done. Undercuts the 2 ball is going to make the 7. No, 7 ball is going to hang up, but he's going to leave the 2 sitting in that left corner pocket. Brad's got a lot of moving around at one end of the table to the other with the 2, 4, 6 and the 3, 5 down at this end. Rattling the 3. Well, making it work. But now he's got a tough one on the 4, and getting that cue ball in and out of there is not going to be a picnic. You got to play close to the corner pocket on this one. Miss it 2 rails, come out right down by this first diamond pocket here. That's going to be perfect. Whoa, it's got the wrong line. It's got the pocket. It needs to stop. Oh, no. Man, that was a great try. Great effort. Tough to swallow, those ones. Tough to swallow. Six ball top left. Touchy little shot. That's right in the heart. Oh, but look at the cue ball. Coming 2 rails and drop it into that side pocket. No justice there. No justice from Mr. Haydu. Ten ball in the corner. There it is. Rob leads 2-1 in this race to 3. We could be 1 rack away from finishing this tournament, folks. All depends on how this rack comes apart and how Mr. Rob Hoiberg deals with it. Leading 2-1 now. He's got to mark it up. He hasn't marked up his score. And Rob hasn't marked up his score yet, but he'll do that soon, I bet. Kind of figured he'd hear me. The doors are open. Oh no. Bad luck to have that cue ball scratch. Got kicked off the break. And despite making one, he also made the cue ball. So that's going to be a little bit of work for Mr. Haydu. I'm just going to check on that. Maybe I've got it wrong. Oh, I can't do that here. Oops. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's 2-1 for Rob. I'm gonna go double check. Yep, I was right. Rob had to. Of course, this could go hill here with Brad sitting with this table. Oh, wow. That cue ball just died there and then falls into the template. This is going to come out of there funny. Watch that magic rack. It's going to slide. No, it doesn't. Wow. And he's still tight to that 10. Oh, man, I'm moving that rack. Nails it. All even up, 2-2. One more rack. Well, one more rack. And if we're done, that means Rob will have won. But one more rack. If we're not done, that means Brad's won. And we're going to a second set. Brad breaking. Rack number 5. He wins. He stays alive. Rob wins. It's over. He's made a couple balls. That's going to be 2 at least, I think. 3. He's got 3 balls down. He's got a thin cut in the one. Probably play this with some right-hand siding and slow roll it so you can hit the rail, spin into it, and send it into the corner. Oh. Pushed it across the face of the pocket. Didn't get it done. Mr. Hoiberg with his first attempt on the rack that could end the tournament, proclaim him the winner, and hand him the cash. Thins the 1, needs that cue ball to stop, so he's got the 2. He's got the 2. You want to play this to the corner, but you've got to play it with topspin. If you're going to do that, you got to get that cue ball all the way across the table. Oh, rattles the deuce in the corner. Played the shape perfect for the 3, though. See if Brad can make this work. He did pretty well in the last rack. There you go. 2 in the corner. 3 in the side. He's going to bring that cue ball around. He's got to watch he doesn't wreck on the 6. Should be okay. Well, you got a good look at the 5. It's just you're cutting it so much that no matter what you do, that cue ball's going to be left running around a little bit. Drawing off the 6 all the way back up table. Cutting the 7 in, trying to get back down table for the 10. He's been shooting pretty solid the last couple games. Oh, wow, I thought that was overcut. That's going to end up perfect. We're going to a second set, folks. Unless it's a one-set final and I don't know what's going on. That could be true. Yeah, and they're lagging again. Oh, they're being fundly. Lagging for the second set. Rob hit his very strong. That's not going to hang around. Brad breaking in rack number 1. So it's going to be another race to 3. I think they started out with Brad racking in the first one too. Here we go, Brad. Snap it off. Cue ball drops into the side pocket. Probably the same side pocket you're going to have to shoot the 1 in. Ball in hand, Rob probably going to play this 1 ball in the top center pocket. Just needs the cue ball to roll forward a little bit. Elected to play safe, and he's stuck to cue ball on the back of the 9. So even though that 1 ball's there, no way Brad can hit it. He's got to come off that right hand rail, right hand cushion. Bridging up over the 9, kicking at the 1. Shortens up huge. Ends up missing everything. Rob trying to find another safety. I think Rob's probably going to bank the 1 ball over by the 9. And whatever ball that is over there. 9-5. Okay, got to take the shot. Here it is. Played safe and didn't get the cue ball in behind that 4-3-7. I think that was his target there. Knocked the one ball. At least my target would have been the 4-6-7, and the one ball between the 5 and the 8. If you can get there. I mean, I don't have the vantage point, right? So I'm not sure. A deuce with a little bit of right-hand side needs to come between the 3 and the 4. Just going to roll this 2 and try and get the cue ball into the 7-10. Oh, he's going to scratch. Crazy distance from there. Watch out. This could be a quick rack. 2-3-4-10. Rob taking a quick lead. We'll see in a moment. I mean, why not? The 5's tied up. The 4 ball's not easy to get to off that 3. It's got a bunch of traffic around it. Let's see if he can catch up, get the first rack, put some pressure on Bradley. That might actually work. 4-10 combination. Great attempt. Didn't leave any other combinations on. Just needs to solve what's there. Keep the cue ball clean. Not sure what happened to Brad. Oh, he's in the washroom. Well, that would make sense. All right. Yep, you don't want to be doing the little dance when you're out there, I tell you.
Had to. Rob shoots so slow.
Yeah.
Foul? No. Good try, though.
Okay, here we go. Four, 5, 6 should be bread and butter. Not a lot to not make work. Yeah, looks like Brad's found another groove here. He's just going to draw this into that side top cushion, top left cushion. Just draw it back. Just get it either straight or just a hair the other way. Perfect. Just needs to roll like 6 inches ahead of where that 7 ball is. Excuse me. And now you just draw back and bounce out. Got enough angle to come back across, just has to watch the side pocket. And he's avoided that successfully. Nice easy 10 ball. Rack number 1 to Mr. Brad Haydu. Oh, it's been a long day, folks. I've been up and at 'em since 6 o'clock. So, of course, by the time we get close to midnight, I start running out of gas. Shouldn't be too much longer, though. These fellas won't take too long. For those of you who are going to the Moscone Cup, we'll be down there. I'll be down there on the 28th. We'll catch the press conference on the 29th. See if we can't get an interview with a player. He's got the 1, the 2's in a bit of a problem, though. He's got to take a long cut on it. Well, this is a different table now. 3 balls looking pretty nice. Rob's not landing perfect on any of these, but he's getting through it. Cutting the 5 ball in. Gonna have to put a little bit of bottom on it and spin this sucker around. You gotta draw it away from that corner pocket. You're not playing that. You might be able to cut it left and avoid the corner pocket. Or you just play the combination. That'll work. Gets on the 6. Scrambling, but getting it done. 6 ball hangs up. Not sure if Brad can see it. It looks like it's tucked in behind the 8 fairly well. It's going to have to kick at this bottom side rail. This bottom right cushion. Going to have to play it with speed to shorten it up. Or a little bit of right hand side to check it. Oh, that went long. That was going to go long. So there you go, Rob. Here's your opportunity to finish this one off and level the match at 1. Rob got the 8 ball sitting there nice and ready. Well, a little bit of a cut on the 9 here. Should be able to make it happen. Sorry, folks. I'm literally running out of gas. That's got to avoid the side, and he does. He's got a shot at the 10. It may not be exactly where he'd like it, but he's got one. Could have very easily not had a shot at the 10 there. Giving up ball in hand to Brad on the 10. Not a recipe for winning racks. But it stayed out, and he's got a shot. Not only does he have a shot, he's made it. Race to 2, folks. These guys are trading games back and forth. It seems to be a crapshoot as to who's going to get to the end of the race first. Brad with the break. Rack number 3. Looking to get on the hill. Good break. Cue ball squats in the middle of the table. He's made the 2. He's on the 1. The 8 ball is going to set up nicely. This is a nice rack. It flows nicely to each other. 1 to the 3 to the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a nice rack. This is one of the racks that when you don't get out, you're a little disappointed in yourself. You're like, damn, that was a good opportunity. I knew I should have been able to get through that. Brad being very careful, very deliberate in his first shot selection. Just bringing that cue ball out nice and slow for the 3 in the bottom left. He should be able to just stun straight down for about 3-4 inches. Oh, he doesn't want to be that straight. See, now there's a problem. He's gotten too straight on the 5. He's going to have to run forward, straight forward. Shoot the 5, run the cue ball down the rail to the end rail and back out. But it's not going to have the speed. It's going to be stuck behind the 7. Oh, it might have come out. It might have come out, although I just heard him groan. So it might just be a hair in the way. Looks like he's going for the jump cue. You know, if it's just a hair, you can use your brake cue. Your brake cue usually has a stiff enough shaft and a hard enough tip that you can pop it off the table with it. And with that extra length of your cue, you can line up a little bit more solid, and you get a better natural alignment. Oh, Brad's not going to be happy with that. That little rub on the 10 slowed that 6 down, hung it up in front of the side pocket. Rob's going to be ecstatic with this. Thin the 6 in with a little bit of right hand siding. You go all the way down to the end rail. You come up back out into the center of the table for the 7. You got to thin the 6. A little bit of right. Oh, that had check on it, so that's okay. That's going to work fine. He put a little bit more right hand siding on it than I would have, but he also hit the 6 thicker, so he needed it, and it turned out perfect. Wants to have just a tiny little bit of angle on this 9, but you know what? Even if he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. He can just roll straight forward to the side pocket, and he's got that 10 ball straight in the corner. Okay, so here you go. This is perfect. He can run the 9 ball down the rail, cue ball into the end rail or the top left cushion, bounce it out, and then you've got that 10 ball in the bottom right cushion. Like, it's all there. If he tries to run this past, he's going to end up real close to that 10. I think he's trying to play shape to get that 10 in the side, the bottom side. He was perfect on the 10, but he missed the 9 because he got perfect on the 10. Rail first. 10 in the side. Brad's on the hill. Here you go. First contestant to the hill is Mr. Brad Haydew. Rob the break. Rack number 4 needs us to stay alive. Regardless of what happens, we have 2 racks left in this match. That's not going to have a ball fall. Brad will come to the table with all 10 balls on the table. this is going to be a pretty tricky little finish. Oh, that 8-ball's got to get out of the way. Well, gee, did it? Looks like it might have just enough room. The problem here is he's got to power it up to get that cue ball around for the 5. Didn't get all the way around, but it's not a bad job. Tucked up in behind the 8. Rob has got a very low chance of making the 5, I'm just saying. Two rails between the 9 and 6. It's going to be tricky. Good effort. Ball in hand to Brad to win the match. Nicely on the 6. That might be a problem. He's not going to like the end result of that 6-ball shot. That 7-ball is hanging out right next to that pocket. This is going to make it really tricky. But he's pulled it off. And now he just has the 9 and 10. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Haydu takes down this week's TGIF. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm going to pack it up and head on home. I was going to stay and play a bit, but I think I'm tuckered out. So thanks very much for hanging out with us. Hope you appreciate the match. And yeah, we'll the next time we'll see you, we'll be coming to you from the Vancouver Island Championships, November 16th to the 20th, out of the Vancouver Island the Vancouver Island Conference Center in Nanaimo, British Columbia. Thanks very much, folks. Have a great night. We'll see you again soon.